Everyone has their prayer books, please open.
Dāvāi dāṅmara jībe rāi, nōpara jībe gē, sarvāi dāṅ jīn jēmbē vārdu jūpara jība, tam jī jē sū jībe, mā nām kā dāṅ nyāmbē sēm jēn, tam jī dēvā dāṅ dēn, dūngā dāṅ jī, Nyordu lana mi bara yang ta bara zobe chanjo rinpo che toba chai dala damara chibe ra no bara chibe ge darwa dang tam chin chenbe wardu ju bara chiba tam chi je zo chibe ma nam ka dang nyambe sem chen tam chi dewa tang den Dunga dang chi nyordu lana mi bara yang ta bara zobe chancho rinpo che to bara cha.
All mother sentient beings, limitless of space, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and omniscience, may they experience happiness, be free from suffering, and swiftly may they attain precious, unsurpassed, perfectly complete enlightenment.
Ti che de sam ma je je war de lu nga yi son ge wa la ko ma che war de lu nga yi son ge wa la ko tu de re ne song de ne ma san da zam je war de lu nga yi son ge wa la ko
For that purpose, until I attain Buddhahood, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. Until death, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue. From today until this time tomorrow, I will apply my body, speech, and mind to virtue.
Changcho Ningbo Jije War Sanje Namla Japsun Che Chodan Changcho Senba Ye Solang Dijin Japsun Che Jedara Ngoje Dirhe Che Changcho Tone Jiba Tang Changcho Senbe Laba La Tedarim Chin Neba Dara Tijin Rola Pendon Ne ji ji yin di yin tu ne la ba la ren ba ra xin tu la ba ra chi bo chang chu ning bo chi je wa sang je na la jab sun che chu dan chang chu sen ba ye so la di yin jab sun che che dara ngo je de je je chang chu tu ne ji ba ra da chang chu sen be la ba la te da ren ji ne ba da ra ti yin du la pen dong te chang chu sen ne ji ji shin ti yin du ne la ba la ren ba ra shin tu la ba ra che wo
I take refuge in the Buddhas until I attain the essence of awakening. Likewise, I take refuge in the Dharma and in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. Just as the Buddhas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta and progressed along the Bodhisattva's path, so shall I give rise to bodhicitta for the benefit of all beings and practice the stages of the Bodhisattva's path.
Sanje Chudan Soje Chonan La Chancho Partu Dani Jasun Che Daki Jiso Jimbe Sonan Che Rola Penche Sanje Rupa Sho Sanje Chudan Soje Chonan La Chancho Partu Dani Jasun Che Daki Jiso Jimbe Sonan Che Rola Penche Sanje Rupa Sho
Until awakening, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings.
Ma nam ka dan nyam be sen chen tam che de ba dan de ve je dan den bara chur je dung na dan dung na ki je dan che bara chur je dung na mi be de ba dan me de bara chur je Yere chadan ni dan chebe dan yon la ni bara ju je ma nam ka dan nyam bi jen tam ji de wa dan bi bi ju dan den bara ju je du ma ju dan che bara ju je du ma mi bi de wa dan me je bara ju je Nyere chadan yedon chebe danyon la nebara choje.
May all living sentient beings, limitless with space, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the happiness that is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Lenje jigen ramjan jun sam jura ramjan jan so shinke jurwa so madu ye landi bulan chini roku tuje song tu so dalu longju topa jinji dang Pangkang jin jin chen yun dun ba jie da du song wei wu hu jun zi kan hu jie xie la xin jie lo wu tan wu mian ta li yong zhu xin jian ga ni su meng zhuo wen dao ji qi ming zang nian di mian du mian zhi 不别三界托不来境界多，我们不是的往这边的人那面着不得走。没，也没，也没。
An infinite array of worlds, each with 4 continents and the wealth of infinite oceans of realms. If I bring them all to mind and offer them without exception, please hold with compassion all the beings they contain. My body, enjoyments, and whatever I own, my aggregates, elements, and sync sources, my aspirations now and in times to come, as well as everything I grasp as mine, by offering them all, may I be blessed with the end of self-grasping, completely liberated from the bounds of real and unreal, transcending the names and attributes of arising, cessation, and abiding, coming and going, affirmation and denial. The supreme mandala is the natural state. By offering it, may I be blessed to attain the state of Buddhahood. Om Guru Deva Dakini Radna Mandala Pratisha Soha.
Page 10, page number 10.
Page 10, please.
心间南界三百堂，落叶接着接着吧，结成土梦的花棍，就见过路过的所。
Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the greater and lesser vehicles and the teachings common to both, according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
当给杜杰小姐来村中，现界们多杜杰蹦江为在这很多的佛的别个小姐家个小拉家行在罗杜杰家门在罗那罗当门没逃跑跑人几天过。各地兄弟在外上面小子就那么也他们去中了，所方的说到就经济罗的对来东方门面贼忙强把他的。 估计当年年明年前边这边总共下来个强这，哦，真的上面这些的嘞。
Tashidale to everyone.
我真的真的我做去吃下的，可能他们最多就我们得去给他们看住嘞。
Dange juchagi dange yaporango tsumason seragi nachi ni nga tsapchini chik shubin la.
那是去他们最多就我们得了，是这边看住嘞，是去的。
Do you know what the subject of today's teaching was? Rinpoche is not clear. Is it Damtsig Dorje or?
Yes,
탐색 거지라.
yes, the subject is dealing with anxiety and depression from the subtle body perspective.
Tadi karsi oresina dachi ngato simtre tang nusho rawachi di danglin chetab rawachi di rawarela.
아네, 야야, 탐색 거지 말아. 믹스 탐색 거지, 탐색 거지. 야야. 다 제탄 알아서 디 다 제는 들어와다 somma. 생각도 심지에다 그래서 유명 많지세 소소소소. 제 삼성다 제 심지에 제 세마치 바 유명. 소소 가지 세나제다 파쇼 제 뭐카히 마데레 제 소소 메갈 저 마데 와서 어드네 제 어드네 양나 소소 가시에 김메텐 제 dewo mi bada tendu patso ze jian tendu china simche de tendu yong ro so shuo ze zo mo dang.
And so all of us, experience stress and anxiety and some depression and so forth. Sometimes those anxieties and depressions come from, each other, like stress can bring about depression or vice versa. And sometimes those are brought about by meeting with people or situations that are unpleasant to us. Sometimes it's because we fall into disharmony with people or situations that we're normally in harmony with, or people or situations that we normally do like and appreciate. But because of a falling out of harmony with them, then that also causes stress and anxiety. So there's many reasons that these situations can come up.
그 가게 나다 제양 지금 보이나 제 다소소 레카 데 혼도 레카 라 마죠 바데 다제 레카 라 마죠 바데 레카 데소 다타 만도바 다베샤다 송라 신나 송 다타 마송와 텐주 레카 데소 라 마죠 텐주 친의 강연 치노 텐주 뭐보제 용표리 심지 텐주 용표와.
And then from another direction, there are a lot of anxieties and stresses concerning our finances and financial lives, our work lives and so forth. Some because our work lives aren't working out as well as we wanted to. We're not gaining success in our professional lives. For example, if we're doing business and our business isn't successful and so forth. So that's another side from which we could be experiencing, or situation from which we could be experiencing these kinds of stresses and anxieties.
다들 지당 선노 제 당나 다서 강연 치고 되네 강연에서 제 소소 가르치고 있으면 다들 소소소 샘피와네 타지 다 레카지나다 소소게 레와 침보요래 지나 가리나 참마들 소소 조보대서 디키 레와든 접시면도나 디강서 소소 샘피와네 타지네 다 레카 만도나 다 타피요 말고 메송치디 레카 조쇼라나 어때 드로잉도 되는 레카 같은 접시면도나 믹스에 심제시나 편도시라 요 말들이 소소 샘지보지 샘드 대오지 들으서 진이 다른 양자를 같은 레카테리 용 레카 신바리 들으 줘야다 어때 자다 년도 이나 자년데 다 좀노시라 당 말고 마가이나 마가지 이제 심제치기나 들때는 심제티게 소소 마데서 소소라 총으로 발조들 마가지니 어때 이제 자이나리 년이나리 당아서 자 치 당왕 치 초배세지 나중에 여러 자 당왕도 좀 마가리서 바당념도 시작이야 소소 바당념 진 와서 양의 추는 냠내지네 잠님게 보면 어떻게 나기게 되네 와드네 다다 소소 경에 다지 이나 되다 언제 제 소야 제외 소관도 들으면 되라 저 완전 냠내진 다 전에 이해미 봐在说说给恰当的嘛，穷当投票，我这是现在说说什么说对起用要的，第一是偏给这些上头，对吧
？And when we encounter such difficult circumstances, then we need to make efforts to allow our minds to remain peaceful and calm. Because we have a lot of hopes about all of these situations, a lot of hopes and expectations about how things should turn out, how situations should be, and so forth. And when things don't turn out the way that we hoped or expected that they would, then we have these kind of situations of stress, anxiety, depression, and so forth. And we need to figure out ways or exert ourselves in ways to bring our mind to peace and not to fall under the influence of such situations. because if the situation didn't turn out the way we wanted it to, we don't have any power over that. The situation didn't work out, but what we do have power over is the way that we react to that. And so if, even if our work doesn't go the way we wanted to, or we're not successful, being worried about it and stressed out about it isn't helpful for us. It's not going to benefit us in any way. And so we need to work to try and maintain a comfortable and pleasant, happy state of mind. And then even if our previous work wasn't working out, or we weren't successful in that, with that comfortable and happy state of mind, we're better prepared to move into the next phase of our work, whatever that may be. Similarly, if we're thinking about our relationships, whether that is relationships with people who we don't like, people we might consider an enemy, or people who we consider friends and family, people who are close to us, that we have these reactions of attachment and aversion towards them, attachment towards our friends and relatives and so forth, and aversion or hatred towards our enemies. And if we really think about that, those, emotional reactions that we have towards those that we don't like, that's actually our fault. Us being angry at them isn't going to harm them in any way. It only harms us. We actually gain the fault in that. Like we lose in that transaction. We think we're getting at them with our anger, but we're only getting at ourselves. We're only hurting ourselves. And so what we really need to do when we meet with, a person or situation that provokes our anger or our aversion, a person in particular, is, first to work towards just gaining a kind of a forget it kind of attitude, like just let it go, leave it as a kind of neutral state of mind. But if we're really trying to put it into practice, as coming at it as a practitioner, we should be trying to meditate on compassion and love for that person who we don't like, for our enemies. And so, and similarly, on the other side, we have these attachments towards our friends. As we have aversion towards our enemies, we have attachment and desire and attachment for our close ones, for our friends and relatives and so forth. And as a Dharma practitioner, we should be really working towards gaining a balanced and equal attitude towards both friends and enemies. Less.
Yeah, today that you don't know to be on Jana saying that's what do go do Yama, Zondoyam, Chijawu Chimaris. Now on Septuna, Jawu meet similar to Zondo. Or Chijawu do not mount the double Jamie person, J. Tongri. The non on Sam Duna, the double Maris. Or Tendamore, Jetan so that not to Jojo now you are. Troy Sam the J. Jom, Jazz, some Jom and us. Troy Sam to Jom to the Jazz and Jom the Nomaris. What to do now, Charlie or Diana? What name? That's Sanjay Kizon was Rank Sam, the Yons do say what's over the same to do. Not to number Mambo, the Chilo, the Drew shall do tell them the same idea, Chaya, Machi Chaya, and Rich Hungary. That you don't around to Kurvik now, Gangi Mambo, then Kurvari, and the younger is on the do. You don't also phone us the Chashana, the Mujon Kumsija Jure. Gangi Chi on the lady, say as a Kumsija Jure. What that there is that they simply chung down to your teacher. What you are young, some that Kurvari, Yungiri, that is this Gangi Yungiri, say what that you love to the Yuri for big so. What is then this don't answer Chanamda, go to Carisanago, the Gangi Chung, you think Kurvik, Sini, but another Yungiri, Kurvat, Tanazon Kurvadung agents of Laperati, do this Gangi Yungiri. What to do some of the agent? What to do some of this, Tomna, this spent all your reason to Tene Jeton. That's a near chamber, that's a chair for Vina. That they could, that could make it could that J. Part chair, Tenduna, Charty, or Daniel Evasina. Or the Kurva said, Damina, they don't know what you go. Or Tiano, you know, that they on Mukashi Tendua. Mukashita Chundu be a gangi tree, start Chedu, the Tape go Chundu gangi to the Chedu gangi, that the Nima gangi tell them things on be. Jiboyo Massa to do Lamian. What do you think? Not so phone as in Yama Chundu Gang and Chimbo Chiu, nothing Yamyon the cigarette. Tell them methods the Leka Jumbo, they are Chimbo Chabu. These are the Leka Chituya. Kungime Ganget and Yamyon the city. He says on Sanima the Gangi Chismo set his simply Zito as Yomari. What do you do the Tezon another? This was simply Shirachijoma, who Yama Gangi to the Chisari. 어때 인두티 다다 소소소 레카테 야고치 카르시나 티강 대 야고 그제 류람소 컨셉도 야고 세야치 카르시 레카제 드롭시면도 나 이제면데 탑이 요마 다슴트진 편도마 되면 레카 신바 드롭 줘래 가지고 한 가지 대체 노가나서 강년도 세는데 창 알아 통양도 면사야 안도 我在深圳用知道，他说其他他在那个的是刚刚系统的，都那个，他可是呢，他说让是在刚刚提供的都的没那个做个嘛的，我这里说，这里的别家没按照我这个三问，这用点过去我他妈那反正我都想，我这种的在今天的那个这里这铺那边那个的，这里这马基的这里在说在大概三的习惯那样，强人家强调三个样。 但그렇게 그런 인이 있었는데 소소소소 디스강에 요나 개요 말다 공가선 그러봐도 용거래서 어떤 주 디스는 당에 하고 그래서도
And then let's, also, if we try to tame all of our outer enemies, then we'll never run out of enemies to try and tame. So Milarepa said that, you can never tame all of your outer enemies. They just become more and more. But by taming your own mind, then you eliminate your enemies. So it's similarly said in the Bodhicharyavatara, the way of the Bodhisattva, that if you just eliminate your one mind, this one mind of anger, then you eliminate all of your enemies. And then the Buddha said as well, thoroughly train your mind. From that statement, don't do any evil deed, perfect every perfect virtue. Tame your mind, thoroughly tame your mind. This is the teaching of the Buddha. He said, thoroughly tame your mind. So that is the principle of Buddhism, the main factor of Buddhism. And so, one thing that we should think about is that, there are all kinds of difficult situations and sufferings that we will encounter because we're in samsara, and that is the nature of samsara. And we should just recognize that. That's another way that can prevent us from really experience things in such a way that provokes this stress or anxiety and depression and so forth, is that is just recognizing that when you meet with those difficulties, you say, oh yeah, of course, I'm in samsara. That's the way it is. That's the nature of samsara. And that's one kind of habitual kind of thing that we can get ourselves into, a habit of thinking in that way, which actually reduces our experience of difficulty. When we just kind of accept that as a matter of fact, like, yeah, of course, I'm in samsara, and the nature of samsara is a state of displeasure, of discomfort, of suffering, and so forth, of changeability. And so, by habituating or familiarizing ourselves with that way of thinking, then when we experience those problems, then we'll say, yeah, of course, that's what samsara is. This is a situation of suffering, a situation of discomfort or displeasure. So it's always said that samsara is an ocean of suffering. And so I think if we can start to think that way, that's also something very helpful for us. And so, there's also other experiences in samsara, like meeting with and being separated from people who we love and care for. And so there are all kinds of ups and downs and, happinesses and sorrows that we'll experience in samsara. And so, but allowing those small problems that we might experience to really become big problems for us, or allowing them to overwhelm us, it's not helpful. It's like when we look back ourselves now at small problems and even big problems that we've gone through, when we look at them now, it's easy for us to look back and say, oh, that was a good experience. I learned from that experience. But then, while you're in that problem, if you allow that to overwhelm you, that's it.
lo chung chung gang gang yin ka ji tang ga lo chung du gang ye be mo mo ti re sro wa
let's
he lu ta a qian bo re du tong sim che chi dong do na zu ho yin de chung chung gang gang yin tin yin yam yong dang zi ge.
That's already. So like the difficulties that we went through when we were young, like in the past, those were things that now we consider experiences, like we gained experiences from those. And so, of course, in the immediate sense, when we're having those experiences of having some difficulty and so forth, then like maybe our work isn't, we're not gaining success in our work and so forth. If we can keep a comfortable and relaxed, happy mind in that, then we're able to transition and work into whatever's our next coming project or our next upcoming thing. But otherwise, some people become overwhelmed by those misfortunes, and then they turn to other things. They can't keep a comfortable attitude, and they turn to drinking alcohol, taking drugs, smoking marijuana, all kinds of things, which maybe in the immediate sense might help them to feel like they've, cleared up whatever kind of difficult state that they were feeling. But ultimately, it's actually going to, be worse off for them, like by taking that kind of approach. And so, this kind of state of intoxication and so forth, that's not going to bring you what you really are hoping for. It's not going to bring you what you were looking for. And so, it's something which, ultimately is harmful, even though it might seem temporarily helpful or whatever. So what we should really be doing is trying to gain a peaceful state of mind, a calm, state of mind, and practicing these practices of love, compassion, bodhicitta, and recognizing that that suffering is the nature of samsara, that these difficulties are the nature of samsara. And I think, if we think in that way, that's going to be our best option, or it's going to be more helpful.
근데 다저 당치는 아주 정말 대반도들의 진발이 동안도들의 요말이 어ten디 처음에 이렇게 소소다제 셈마치바한테 컨총나 디강을 소소데 셈마치바한테 침보당당들 그렇게 충충 강을 봐지스 대바당용 샤토야 양나제 냠내치네 다 추냠내치네 제 마르스 셈티 개발네토야 텐류치나 펜토요래 단제 기타제 셈제 마치디다 잠상 텐류용도 하시 다제 뭐지 셈바 강에 시라요 말스 나를 강에는 컨류용도 잠이 잠노 항상 그도 다제 진의 뭐 셈바를 강에서 소소 만통이지 뭐 가시 틀리까 랑 강에 치야 텐류 용스게래 카제는 다다 이제 소소 강에 침보고나 다제 제방에 레인 인상 그 레인 인상 레인 바도 바 타쇼상 어떤 가신 조시치네 그 레인 바 타로 그래 제가 님의 레인 바 같이 뭐 제방에 맞서 세타로 그래서 대략 타야 인상 강에서 tenru zamlo dang ze zamlo dang tenru china pento mele zamlo ze chine na ze ga nga so pe chang da sian na ta nga da ze pe ta nga ga ngen do nga ji bori nga du nga do ta nga kharshi cha ti da zam nga ze zamlo du bo ta di ma di pento hala sombo di ma di pento ma do zamli chong de sim shuk ze cha ta tenru chen do ga ze ngo ne no sri na so da da sim ji bo chi tan mu ti ni so ji bo de ko ro wa mu je ba lang sa ra nga ra so 무지발랑데 셀덴 레가 시토그레 심교 차송데 심교 차다가 치투자마리 나다 머신바 도우도 좀 티좀도 당데 근데 강야 치토그 말에 고티 소소 남토 티키 남토 안랑 지반랑 티키 단 노바지 소소 마음 카시 소소 심교 차줘야 돼 어디 센트 친도 그래 근데 소소 somno 야보 소당 오케이 아마 그 강에 정치나 양자 대 나랑 지초그래 그 남루스 톱도래 로와 메조지 남초데 카리나 소마제 지 이토그레 잠나 어디 somno 다네 되네 삼바자 치에서 어강에 디시 치나 케어 말해서 텐르상 보면 다상 방에를 세디 숨쇼차 들이마 다 용자 말이 잠네 당에 치토마도 잠네 뭐뭐제 텐르친도 같은데 되게 소소노 지케 어디 소소제 소소 삼자 당 나랑 정심에도 잠네 somno 다네 되게 네, 가서는 소소제 뽑아는 내가 참도 봐. 어떻게 야 뽑아버렸지. 공안 로가 밀리스 나온데. 내 치토를 뭐 신배 치토는 게 치토를. 어zamten을 zam도 나오네. 되는 소도 내가 이날에 저와 이날에 냠내 친이의 날에 가리나 참아들 소도 문투티가 봐. 로도 때 지고 효래면서 소소 심표 차소는 소소 소효를 심표 차야도 소소 효면서 뭐 신배 소셜 말 소소 당아면도 나랑 좀도 잠들이 좀도 데도 소소 마도 당으로 하면 지로 소미야마 소소 셈니바데 소소 마 뽑아 충다 근데 디제를 당아 소미디면도 펜토 아무도 나가 이 랑시하고 와야도 오늘 노르시 소소 지나지야요래 뭐 어강에 디스티스 용거는 그렇게 내려와 된서 싫어 잠도 당 말해서도
So we all wish for happiness. There's no one who doesn't wish for happiness, but there's always going to be some difficulty. There's going to be some, we're not always going to get that. And we need to, when we have those difficult situations, we need to know how to let them go and not get carried away with them, how to leave them, like let our mind rest kind of more neutrally, or allow things to pass. And as a Dharma practitioner, to practice keeping our mind in a peaceful state, or bringing our mind to a state of calm. So sometimes, we think that this situation that we're experiencing, that no one else experiences that, and it's only us. We're the only ones experiencing such great suffering or difficulty. But really what it is, it's just that we don't see that other people are experiencing the same thing. We're only thinking of our own suffering, our own difficulty, and we think that that our suffering is worse off than anyone, but it's very possible that other people are experiencing it worse than we are. And but we should really think that these difficulties we experience are our karma, that we're going through this because of our karma, and that by going through it, we're purifying our bad karma. And we should feel joyful. We should actually feel happy and joyful that we're experiencing that, and that because we're experiencing that, we're purifying our karma. And if we can think about things in that way, that's a very helpful way to consider these situations as well. But some people, when they experience these difficulties, then they just think that, oh, this is only happening to me, and there's no one worse than me. And there's no point in even continuing. There's no point in even trying to work forward, and they get totally disheartened. They become totally disheartened, and lose all of their self-confidence. But we really shouldn't do that. That's a big mistake. We need to keep a pleasant state of mind, a happy state of mind, and recognize, that no matter what our situation is, we still have attained a human body. We've attained this human birth. And with that human birth, we have a capacity. We're able to do things. We can still do it, whatever the work is, whatever the job is. So we shouldn't get disheartened in that way. And that feeling that we can't do it, that's just grasping. That's just a fixation. That's just a thought that we're holding on to, that we can't do it. It's not an actual outer situation. It's not the reality of the situation that we're incapable. It's just our minds grasping, thinking that we can't do it. And so any of that depression or disheartenment, that's our own mistaken way of thinking. But if we really think about things carefully, if we think about things well, then we can do things. We are capable. We have attained this human rebirth, that amongst these realms of samsara, we've attained this human birth, and whatever we put ourselves to, we can do. And we should really gain a more open and spacious attitude by thinking in that way, and so think that, yeah, of course, we're going to meet with some difficulties, but that's no problem. That's the nature of samsara. That's the situation that we're in, and not allow that to destroy our confidence or to make us disheartened. And so, and rather than that, these people who feel that when things don't work out for them, that they think, oh, there's no one who's got it worse than me. No one, no one's experiencing suffering like me, and they lose their confidence. We really need to avoid that. We need to approach things with our confidence, with a heartened attitude, and that we're human, and just if other humans can do things, if they can gain success, then we also have that potential for success. And as a practitioner too, we should continue forward with that attitude and with that confidence, like in our work, in our practice, and so forth, and realize that disheartenment or that depression is actually just something that you're making yourself in your own mind, and it's not actually the real situation. It's not from the outside. And so, some people allow that grasping in their mind, that depression and that loss of confidence and so forth, even to lead them to the point that they commit suicide and so forth. And so whatever the situation is, we need to maintain our self-confidence, maintain that feeling that we're able and that we can do things, and not allow those situations to overwhelm us and lead us into these kind of feelings of discouragement and so forth. Less rooms.
Oh, 老师，真的，我大概想他听到了，穷的说这 초보 초모 도 카체 손데 동아치 안티키 동아 심다 마치 소 하나 머세 종자도 텐데 친도와 어다 소리나 텐데 섬도 짱고 말다 그 동보전 치고나 레준 치리 데리 파체로 레리 타피요 말데 그 심체 지디나 소소데 가게 머세 시야마데 손도 텐데 통스 가게 어텐데 텐데 섬도 당치나 데 소소 레카트 머세나 레카 샤라 드롭 투고 말에 어텐데 소소소다 데디티디 네수디 강에 요제 강에서 파동스 마네 소소 당가서 남바 상제 나 주냐면치 배 참는 양 신의 디스콤하고 신의라 지스콤 어디 강에 가는데 고단 그렇게 내 당에 삼삼는 지무야 삼삼 파체로야 돼 건두와 다 제바데 그렇게 추니로 와 어떤지 좀도 당네 되네 어떤지 좀도 당나 그래서 안칸 그게 대신도 어디 가 럽종 정도서 럽장 가지 일지 야고 만원도 라시 자야 안다 한테로 용도 어제 생문에 넣어들이 그 일지 다자 야고 만원나 지만이야 저게 가지 다 일지 야고 소소 넣으시면 되나 되네 그 개야 말고 다른 그 소소 정보디다 내가 뭔가 지토로 와 어제 마지와지 어 텐트 지는 좀 되게 뭐 그래서나 텐트 선택지 거야 요 말고 다 소소 일지 내야 돼 일지라서 다운 대 일지 배창다잖아真出没那，那个满处那开呀嘛的，起码杨家当初出这个，可是满处那个，他这边那这个先把起球个吧，听说身体奇怪呀，是有嘛了吧？我说他说那家不，我这这个吃多呀有嘛吧？我这里他说那个先把这开始提录着提别抢着录着提那着，怎么样那着，过开的那这这个刚起，过我说没有人不错的的，那个先把起球个的，我真是今年身体。마차와치네 되는 배송 지지나 내가 drop to 그래서도
And there are, a lot of young people who meet, like boyfriends and girlfriends. They meet and then they break up, and they become very depressed by that. And that depression, some people they carry that for their whole lifetime. And so, we're going to meet with people, we're going to separate from people. But if we allow that, there are some who allow that to kind of cause such an obstacle that they don't ever make any more progress in their life, that they kind of become halted. And so that's just the nature of things. The nature of samsara is that you will, everything that meets will part. And so whenever we experience some difficulties, then, as a Dharma practitioner, as a Buddhist practitioner, then we should, apply these practices of loving kindness, compassion, and especially if we can apply ourselves in the practice of calm abiding shamatha meditation, that would be especially helpful. But we should recognize that this is the nature of samsara, that all things that meet will also separate. And so there are some, also like in the schools, some students who, when they don't pass their exams, even that leads them to commit suicide. This is a really big mistake. This is just an example, but if you don't pass an exam, you can take it again later. You can try and pass those exams later. And, for some, even if you're not able of passing the exams, there are other kinds of work you can do that don't require those kinds of certifications, but to recognize that and not allow that to overwhelm you. And just as an example, if one thing doesn't work out, then maybe that's not for you. And there's another way for you to go, or maybe you need a second chance at reapplying yourself towards that. And so whether that is in terms of, your work or whatever, back to the example of the exams, if you fully give up, like in the example of someone committing suicide, then you can't do anything, at that point. But to recognize that, you have attained this precious human rebirth, and that with that, you have a certain capacity, you have an ability, and having that can give you that confidence that leads you to not falling into these kind of disheartened and depressed attitudes. And so we should think about things in that way and carry that with us. Lesson.
근데 다 전주라 지단 강에 가르치 오나 다 강에서 이제 강에서 반지디나 대 강에서 가서 근데 체체 당으로 강에 당아 강에도 잠데 체체 당 소소소 남포마도 저들에서 마치소 삼산요야 알아도 전주 뒤수대로 그래. 대리 강에서 바야미 당 바당용샤 다 용거를 잠 소소소 디스강에 지나 개어 말해서 어드네 저 냠련다 제 참바다 닝제 장초 센터서 봄 我他天主在娘们去讲起，养的现在种西巴先西巴那个，他现在了别让我做推广，我天主现在要我来怎么天主，我他这当单个强人节现在，我们呢他前把现在这当他在这里身边他们去对吧？他们呢，让他身边他们去，这当去那个做他后边可能出去呢，他有了的身边他马的开起模式，他不马些吧是，马些吧是，他是成全吧是，马他是成个地全吧。我这里他前把子光过说，他听一点呢，他前把我们他妈的个地情不一，让他就去呢，他身边他们去让妈妈就了马上，那等呢听就这么当的前把这工地呢，我等呢恰当着我的，第一是嘛穷当特别，等呢我听就用个话，我他就把几天中国始终有的，开始中是呢，然后呢开始现在马上这把没来，那他说这把开始去用了，提出来身边他说前把公样我做呢，但身边充满怕价值呢。
And then, when we meet with any kind of difficulties, if we sit around just fixating on those or thinking about those difficulties, then we just increase the power of them. We just get more and more involved in those thoughts, and that can even lead to some mental illness. But rather than that, we should not hold on to those. We should let them go and treat them with an even keeled or neutral attitude. And just recognize we're going to meet with difficulties. It's no big deal. And then apply ourselves again in these practices of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, and in meditating on calm abiding in shamatha meditation. So generally speaking, when I'm talking about these practices of loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, and so forth, when we talk about loving kindness meditation, we're talking about that wish for all sentient beings to be endowed with happiness and its causes. And so when we do that, the first step in that practice is recognizing that all sentient beings have been our mothers. Once we've recognized that all sentient beings have been our mothers, we need to remember their kindness, remember the kindness of those mothers. And so Jigten Sumgun said that when we're doing this practice, that we're trying to recognize this kindness of all sentient beings, then we should think of them as our mother or whoever has been the most kind to us in our life, and think that these all sentient beings have been kind to us in that same way.
真的，他这里他人家现在人家现在身边的东亚了没呢？他人家光过来了，然后他同步上嘛东亚，这里他是嘛一把没，这里在罗瓦的东亚是什么当？我听这个呢，他东亚是怕他俩人别从起过身边他们上，我听这他人家的嘛，这听这罗瓦下当的，做我这说给他在娘们之家呢，真的听这起个罗瓦。
And then with the practice of compassion, then recognizing that all these beings have, we're focusing on the aspect of the suffering of these beings, and so we recognize that there are mothers, and then we think about the sufferings of all the beings in the six realms, and then we think about how could we free them from those sufferings. And so that's the main practice of compassion.
但是他强求什么呢？他这里强吧，人家的呢，他人家的强求什么的，他上强求什么的，他人家的身边他们要上街吃图标。人家身边了没吧？写了做讲了没吧？是他写了，他上街图标什么当的呀？他强求性那么多，这几天呢讲人家强求性，他说别开情报的，他差不多，但我做过学的意思。
And so then when we talk about bodhicitta, so we talk about these practices of loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is compassion, but compassion which is focused on bringing sentient beings all to the state of Buddhahood. And so we talk about these two factors or two aspects. So you have compassion focused on sentient beings and wisdom focused on enlightenment. And those are the two characteristics of bodhicitta. And so these practices of loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta should kind of precede any of our practices.
我真的就是没来的，这种都是强他人家我们这年纪把前提是，我他强的人家光，这里头这的年是，这恰当么事，恰当去解释，真把把气送是光，我听着在，他听着在光头上那真的这做他同样嘛，这上半年的，我听着年那真的这些在说马嘎的这前几下子用嘛了吧。 我听你说的，你说咱们在当，说就在身体长保期，咱们长保期，这里前面节他说的是工作人，没上面说高过去个嘞，听你说就不用个嘞。我在这里确在咱们当，他在在或者说他们在马嘎那么叫的，都没上面马嘎用个嘞，在马嘎咱们在当，那的说的马七八的，那种给是让通天米吧。我听这个，这你俺做的，咱把它啥嘞？这俺说咱把三宝岗做特别。我咱把人把这说怕帮特别，我这是去过去的，我真的三把三宝强调性，身边规矩套把手什么来的呗，这三把三宝的强调性的，这身边上面套把手中了，我这刚我从这特别，我真别说去过去的是的，这里真的说呢，这人们提刚才那说呢。这是把马去把这用个嘛，扛不住，这个扛不住别送去过去了。唐伯空的在来了，我有马的天，那俺那说，你妈的送对呀当出呀，在说先在他妈的马去完了，他说马没把用当出呀，说强你这个先手气先这样，我听准备送去过来，你妈搞他们空嘛开始去，这其实是我们家对，我们家对，多个我。디브 가르고 제 요란 디브 가르고 초제 창가 카시 나자 샤 초제 나포 샤 데 잠바 두자레 제 디브 나포레 샤 삼바 상보레 제 용도 가르고레 샤레세 데 텐르제 친구도 당보 디브 나포 마도 없는 도센다 그제 가르고레니 뭐 들이 마마 냠냐제 다른 준在 치리도 되네 제는 디브 나포 배제하면 등자 체카스 차오다 체카스 가르고 체카 나포 체카 들이 냠냐제 치제 뭐 되네 마치 디브 가르고 잼바면 진짜 나포 매바든 샤서 냠냐서 좀아서 디소 배송치데 저는 요초당 보면 남성在 치레랑 남성 치토 말에 되는데 알아서 다리 배장的三马起呢，它常不受轻薄有多少，受轻薄对他说，你们讲家都从别从起说什么基本是的，强民节强学生，他说讲说家呢，什么基本说他起过说的，这其实第一是刚才家过面这个南方的，我咱们当地人，他就跟着不嘛的，天天我说的别从起呢，说起也这样的样子，这个天天我说先马起把他说没把起，强民节的强学生的说就也空别。等别人对这起落呢，这年是没把场面在说来呢，要不起下的，现在来评给的，最起码来评给的是。
And so Milarepa said that by practicing loving kindness and compassion, that he eliminated the grasping, he cut off the grasping of attachment and aversion towards friends and enemies. And so once we have, equalized that attitude or developed loving kindness and compassion towards friends and enemies equally, then there's no more enemy to be seen. Everyone has become our friend. And so there's nothing for us not to like or nothing for us to be unpleased about. And so if we think about it in that way, we should then focus on bringing about this wholesome intention, these wholesome thoughts. And if we have this wholesome intention of loving kindness and compassion, then everyone will like us, everyone will treat us well. When we start having these unwholesome thoughts and unwholesome attitudes or, averse and angry attitudes and so forth, then other people are going to return that back to us, that disagreement or unhappiness and so forth. And so it's up to us then primarily, it's up to our own attitude, our own thoughts and our own attitude that our happiness or our this is up to us. So, and it's something that we need to work on. It's something that we need to make efforts in to increase the power of those wholesome thoughts and decrease the power of unwholesome thoughts and attitudes. And so Milarepa also said then that that the wholesome attitude is bodhicitta. May all sentient beings attain it. May they all gain it or attain it. And so this is a real kind of key point, that if we apply these key points of these practices, then we won't fall into these states of depression. But it's something that we have to put effort into every day. We need to increase the power. We need to increase or improve our practice day to day. It's something that we need to build upon. It's something that we need to put effort into. So some of the Kadampa masters of the past, they were meditating and they had these small black and white stones. And so they were checking themselves at their meditation that, after they had gone through their meditation, they would put a black stone for every bad thought or every, unwholesome thought, and a white stone for every wholesome thought. And as this teacher began, he said that like at the very beginning had almost entirely black stones, maybe only one or two white stones mixed in. And then as he continued his practice onwards, then it got to the point where he was equal parts black and white stones of wholesome and unwholesome thoughts. And then finally got to the point where it was almost entirely white stones of wholesome thoughts and only maybe a couple black stones. And so that's how it has to go. It's not something we can expect to happen right away, but it's something that we need to develop day by day by putting efforts into our practice. And so that's how we can transform our minds, by putting in this effort over time. It's not something that's going to happen right away, but if we are feeling that disheartenment or depression and sadness, then we need to put in these efforts to this practice. And it's not something that we can expect to happen right away. But as we put in this effort, we can improve our minds, more and more, ever more, increase the power of our loving kindness and compassion more and more, decrease the power of our sadness and depression more and more. And so, if we do this for ourselves and for anyone, this is going to make it more pleasant for us in this lifetime as well as in the future. Bless.
那是真的，我他这样他这趟去呢，我让说他这多可些样子，我让这波人怎么多，我甚至这钱多的呢，我这真的这么当个嘛，我说这如果没考虑让的，他妈说出国的，出国的，这你真的身票差个嘛，可些样真的运动啊，这波人怎么样，动啊这运动一下，这真的嘛的，他妈的真的，我说样子，如果没考虑用，如果没他妈说。在些种差的，我的天，你这是俺甚至去过说嘛的，说这是从那边的甚至弄的，他说这你跟他说，这是说咱这样前面他的工具吧，他前面这说我真的去错了，这应该说这是在现在过的现在要啥，现在这先批完那样，偏给的话，真在做我在南头去弄我在出送对，真这里点呢，这开始是呢先买的买起才用出来，弄先你不接的，弄的先你不。långt där sen från det så där långt kan det tro att det sen från det det nu och det nu så sen det någon sen till var det alla det är kinetiskt gomtona pinto gör det som då.
And so then there are also people who have the sense of loneliness. They think they're all alone in the world. This is also something we don't really need to get into, or something we don't really need to be thinking. We're all like one. We're all friends. We're all one human family. And so no one is alone. And at the same time, everyone is alone. So everyone is an individual. Everyone's born as an individual, but we're all part of this human family. And that's just another thing that is, just more thinking, so if we can not apply our thinking in that direction, but apply ourselves in these practices of loving kindness and compassion. And especially I should emphasize the practice of calm abiding, of shamatha meditation, that if we can get our mind to rest calmly or rest peacefully, then, we won't be involving our minds in this proliferation of conceptual thought, which is actually what is causing us to feel depressed and lonely and so forth. And our wind or our subtle energy and our mind are conjoined. So it's said that the mind or consciousness rides on the horse of the wind of your subtle energy in your body, the wind energy. And so the main method, which I think would be helpful for you to apply, is this practice of calm abiding, which will bring that wind energy and your mind or consciousness into that state of restful calm.
真的这趟单多对那个人说这先买起吧的刚刚提我们那考了说先基本说他起呢买起吧说他的什么马上话起说基本用他在你们俩讲呢也图他可是你们俩是他起嘛他们说先基本说他起呢因为买起的了没有怕穷当然是起过说的我在没那里边用了可是都说东亚 drops 几头人的快起我在等于抢了都错东亚 drops 我都不抢着给咱们在东亚 drops东亚就开始没给他们给 这这地块去噻，这部所这部小下去听噻，但别讲的是强啊，同样的，提高那些在台湾的环境上中，他就用到，就是我那现在东亚就做出的了，这样就是，他说起码过了，现在说的三几部讲着呀，300、300讲着做的，他这些刚刚情况，刚刚他说把什么提出了马上往前呢，所以也是叫了这么多，都是叫这么马上往前呢。ku khali khali pa samno ma chi ba to me ba so ko wa tse chi ne wa tse ju samno da na ya wo re samno.
And so to summarize that, whenever we're feeling depressed or we meet with some difficulties, we need to do something which is going to bring back our happy state of mind. We should apply ourselves in our practices, or even if we're not feeling so capable in our practice, we need to do something to bring about some state of happiness, to cheer ourselves up. Ani rinpoche Miller Epa ge long de karela.
Do ji thon donga du bo cha ro ge na thokwa chin donga du res. Ji thren dikwa chi ji bo cha re za dikwa chi res ta ji bo cha be cha. Ta ne ka ji bo sam ne ta be cha chang ara thong yang zhong ta man tin ya zo ta ji bo so shu zam de. Mo ne ji donga ju su to res.
Dinge ya bo ran go ma son la.
Te je ba ma la re long te la ro ba. Do bo cha ge zam da na do bo cha ro ge za sim che chi ne.
No.
Te do to donga ro wa te donga ju to do ge res.
That's it.
Ji thren dikwa chi ji bo chi ji bo cha ji bo so shu zam so dikwa chi ge res da dikwa je na be cha ro xian da na so ji bo chi bo za ta man tin yang zhong ta man
that helps. Appreciate. And so Milarepa has a quote where he says, or one saying where he said that when we stay on the side of our suffering, then we just create more suffering. Meaning, like when we sit around thinking, "Oh, I'm the worst," or it's so bad for me, and we kind of stew in our suffering, that just creates more suffering. But when we think, "Oh, I just want to make myself happy," then we fall into the side of non-virtuous actions, of sinful deeds, because like a lot of people, they want to cheer themselves up, so they go off and they drink alcohol and they take drugs and so forth. So anyway, when we experience some difficulties, when we're feeling unhappy, we should apply ourselves instead into these practices of developing this wholesome attitude of loving kindness and bodhicitta, and not allow our minds to dwell in those difficulties, but to not focus our minds in those negative attitudes and thoughts, but actually apply efforts into applying our mind into these wholesome thoughts and practices of loving kindness, bodhicitta, calm abiding, and so forth. And so when we experience those difficulties and that, suffering situations, then we need to try to bring our mind back into a more cheerful state through these kind of wholesome endeavors. Let's.
我别讲这像你嘛，俺做后了，他的人呢在这，他在出了，提讲了，那么忙不在中康长多少，工作中康在对的，我那些中康长的，忙不在他都不来，他三个话才能，那工作中康长的，你们俩讲了，这条都别偏多穷多，差不多的那差多啊，你嘛俺做可以吃饭节有些，这吃饭节没经过就是难度，给他是说，晓得吃饭节有些，个中康长才的。 小国中港同对出来好些，你们俺家他外语的，对那阵全部长满街那块送意思，你那些呀，对那个定做看下去嘛送些，但俺中港在送下，那么阵全部是干街，那么他就托，我的那个你们俩在亲家，但现在就把没来定做托送送说我的，你那个做的，怕别家中港人啊都不的，什么什么他马上话去，但俺做长的呀，我看不的，今年戳下的这种。 So like, for
example, in Tibet during the Cultural Revolution, a lot of our Tibetan lamas were put in prison. And so for many people, being put in prison would be something they would think of as a very pitiful state, or a very negative thing for them. But, they were put into prison and they got, a chance to do a lot of practice, and it became like a retreat for them. And so one of our monks, we heard stories about this from some of the older lamas, that one of our monks, he had already gone to India and Nepal and Bhutan, to all of the main pilgrimage places, but he still didn't really find what he was looking for. He still wasn't contented with all of that. But it was only when he got thrown in prison with all of these great lamas, that he was able to receive all of his instructions and empowerments, and really found what he was looking for. Like he said, now if I die, I'll have no regrets. And so it became like a retreat for him. And so for him, or for a lot of these lamas, then it's like it's the statement that we say, turning adversity into a friend. So whatever kind of difficulty we meet with can become a helper in our practice. So I think if we think about things in that way as well, that's another really beneficial way to think.
我真正嘅当中者在有工业嘛，那么就有托米了，那么托米，当然那么托米是，没托米的，空钱。在空嘅嘛地方啦，别东松松的，空那么他是东嘅听那的说。小别他东的做当个做培育用大的，么就别东的是那么多，他这边他说加了是吧？我这在东晓得，这空这怎么在当时呀？他看要嘛的，那这帮人没俺让是来的，咱们特别怎么当的，怕说强你结婚。 나랑 제방 게 말래 게 봐만 보자 우리 틀된 집은 님이 그거 게 동안 파창쇼 삼삼 노트 당이스 어ten디 당 메타다니 동안을 용하네 동안 그때 봐 냠스요네 틀되네 당 지역군중 등에 마다 집 지역군중 등 내매게 레설되는 군중 총리 단 지금 단 들이 당아 참니게 창조 센터 냠냐치네 남지 된 바티 치네 되네 동안서 손에 당 거비 된 바토비아 我听人呢，电机多呀，他朝按照起松，咱工作别个的钱包人都，俺电机多呀，朝钱都咱，我听人咱们拿学生光别动的种，俺做给啥人，俺做培育的都给，没种老人，一旦痛嘛，但俺老群众种是吧
？So we also have a lama, one of my lamas named Tome, and he was really badly beaten during the revolution, and so he, it's really famous, like famously that he was really abused really badly. But he said that, you know, this in some that, yeah, anyway, he said that by them beating him, that he was able to, you know, he said, this was my past karma, and I'm able to, by experiencing that, purify my past karma and purify, you know, the causes for my future experience in samsara. And that so by purifying that, and then also by being able to meditate on loving kindness and compassion, for my abusers, for my oppressors, then I was able to generate the causes for my experience in the future of a stable state of bliss, of Buddhahood. And so it's only because of these oppressors beating and oppressing me that I was able to both purify the causes of my own experiences in samsara, as well as generate the causes for my attainment of liberation. And so he said he was very joyful to have gone through that experience, and he felt very ingratiated to his oppressors. Oh, Jackson la.
Oh, that demba shit. That I'm also judging Gajan watching Angimata, Zongfang show the Kuntambo. This Kanya me Siabo. There is Jim and Kimbo Messenger, Kimbo Messenger, Leka, China, Samatelta, the Champagne Clay, some Down, Sobati, Yabo, Gom Gors, at the life of the Jim. 天主国中上呢，刚刚看下球嘛，说是没从嘛搞过去，都是你们其他搞过去嘛，都是空来看要过其他去球上嘛个小，别人根本没兴趣呢，那得别偏拖松，别娘俩去下，天主别娘俩去球中都，那么些，对，假设那个呢，他说过别抢了，小路干的，我了菜的去呢，这他们好像别下上游呢，俺没通着是，这路里嘛买的特别轻松中，小路干的人我菜的去呢嘛，一个天主提出菜送手段。 那小路个送手段了，再送手段提的，这些人过的人，天主提的，看的老多学生，我天主提活动多少公里地方，对我那些提的，他别讲通学马拉松，他这个人提的哈过么东西。
the picture rate and teacher rate ni apo rango tu masala.
别讲，就是老人手段有了。
有了哦。
就是老人送手段提的，他我里看去。 在这个看去出工的，在
哦，对了。
我这看去直播去，天先把这在马的，他要天桥的，那天桥直播去啊，天桥在马的，天就小路干的人过，在这吃小路干了。
那是。
我这吃小路，但是一从那天送的用是吧？
那是。
天把做呀，天把做这样别讲这是伢的，那伢小马哇这就。
那是。
我在天主起头在刚刚讲说，在国内常能够东奥特曼东都在多见地方上，我在我们阿黄是提醒弄中提纲娘俩去，我在空心的这说对你嘛，你大话天主起头噻。
那是。 and then the Garinpoche Rawala.
nare
And then our Garinpoche, when he was first put into prison, he wasn't very compliant with the prison rules and guards and so forth. And then after he met Khenpo Munseo Rinpoche, then Khenpo Munseo told him, that he should really be focusing on trying to help everyone regardless, like in the prison, and that he should really generate patient forbearance and this attitude of altruism, of helping everyone. And so after that, he said he never had any more problems in prison life after listening to Khenpo Munseo's advice. And then Khenpo Munseo had him practice. And so he was like, with the 37 practices of the Bodhisattvas, they weren't allowed to have texts in there. So they would just write out like just the first line of each of the 37, just for a little trigger, a little reminder of the lines. And then so sometimes they would study and go through that, and then sometimes just doing what's called the Vajra recitation, like an inner recitation of a Om Ahom with the coming and going of the breath, and practicing like that in secret and so forth.
that indeed then on the chiba kashi tang dang reset him.
Okay, and so now we could go ahead and take some questions if you want. Is that okay if we do some questions?
Yes.
Well, I was wondering.
We have a question from the audience. Just one moment, please.
Yeah, could they come closer so we can hear it? Yeah.
This one?
Just here.
Yeah, okay. I was, I was just wondering that you will get to where you talk about the subtle body and the connection with depression and stuff. I mean, and I know it doesn't have to be now, but at some point.
Ani the Rinpoche Khonso ki da chik jucha de chik jitang de gond shubanang chin re de chik de tang chik karse wore Khonso lian chik subtle body chik trisha de subtle body sena da dorji gi lu raw chik sakam raw chik tan drawa de sim ge nushuk tang sim tre den so yan chik long raw chik tan drawa raw chik long de chik penata so long raw chik de la sim tre raw chik lang do la de raw chik ina raw chik nge yaporang go chu mendu de Khonso subtle body raw chik de Yigi Ludachi, Dorji Ludachi, Ditandra, the country Yanadachi, or the Shivarela. Tambo Jucha Koran Leanchik, the Josem Tang, Semtre Nushu Dawachik Tang, the Dorji Ludang, Karina Chik, Lung Tang Java Career Dawachik, the Nichik Jucha, Tambo di Tree or Wala.
Mane, what then Jedon Tangati, Luda, Sam Nipun Java Chimbo, or Louis Sam Nipun Java, Simba Machi China, Lubu Made Chang, or Techi, or then the Jeton Catholic country, but long the Sam Nipun Java, the long name at Obachi, Sam Manina long to near Sukumari, the long careers and truth in Sukumari, Chang. What they induced what they induced around so they were soya at the categories and that's then around so the so that he now the long so near to be a same Shivan neighbor, she need on Gomgo, she need Gom, or then Louis Andrew, so Simba Jibochi, Koyambochi, that's in written so she was for it. What they do the young they support the one because long chimbo, what in the Samaya. Sama Yabon sa, the Jew Chimbon sa, ticket is pengere, or Tenduchin so Yamna Chipo, or Jedon Lu the same in Java Chimboyori, or Sam Madena, also Lutel, Sam Machina Lutela Made Changre. Jedon that Dorji Lu Sena, that's Jedon China, that you do also Zalungom Selagura, Zalungum do the Zati, Zaterare, so what the long tick that Made Sondo. Zada Konata Nedi or also Lutlina, the long tick. Long to career suggestion. There's Namport, long yam to do net, and Namport tickets the same guy, though some other song, then the career suggestion, then the votes of Mother Charm race. What they do the sort of Chayala, so she seems near going out. What then they suppose the new buying these young support your some other yas, Koyan Bochi, Mesoja doya. What is this penguins?
So just generally speaking, like body and mind have a very strong connection. And so when there's, when your mind is unhappy, then your body is going to feel uncomfortable. You're going to feel uncomfortable in your body. And when the mind is stirring, then your subtle energy is going to be moving, your wind energy and your body is going to be moving. And so and that movement of the wind affects your body. And so to make that wind energy, that subtle energy come to stillness, then you need to bring your mind to stillness. You need to make your mind rest calmly. And so and so when your mind is content, when your mind is calm, then your body will feel comfortable. And so in order to do that, then you need to, practice these practices like calm abiding meditation and so forth. There are other things you can do when you're physically feeling down. There are things to do for that as well. Eating really nutritious food, sorry, 1 second. Through altering the state of your mind also will affect your body. So like through meditation and so forth, through nutrition, through resting and so forth. But this really strong, powerful connection between body and mind means that they can affect each other. And so when your mind is not happy, then your body's going to feel uncomfortable. And then we talk about, maybe this is what you mean when you guys say subtle body, but there's something that we call the Vajra body, is the technical term. And so the Vajra body is like what we talk about when we're talking about the meditations on the winds and channels, about Tsalung practice. And so in that, then you have these channels, and in that channels, you have these moving winds. And this is the same wind I was talking about with the connection of wind, energy, and mind. And so the channels themselves are just like the abiding place, or the place in which the wind moves. And so it is the wind which is actually causing the stirring and the movements and so forth in the body and mind. And so through the proliferation of thoughts of like, happiness and sorrows and so forth, then in that mind, which is stirring that wind, then that causes the disturbance in the physical constituents in your actual body. And so in order to prevent that from happening, or in order to bring that comfort of body, then we work on, bringing the mind to rest, which will bring the wind energy to rest through the practices of calm abiding and so forth. And so that's the kind of main point. And then, like I said before, there are also just times when your body feels worn out or fatigued. And then there are other things in order to bring that back, to revive that through certain nutritional practices, like eating healthier, nutritious food, resting, meditating, and so forth. Les terms. And so primarily, we should be talking about bringing the mind into this abiding state, calm and abiding state. So, I was even thinking about teaching a bit of calm abiding. And so, if you meditate on that, then that can make the gomna tobo yongresena. Chigi chik shine gomna.
Shine gomna sem ne di na dene long te rang ne.
And so there's so many different ways of actually practicing, so many different types of instruction or practices of calm abiding. But regardless, if your mind is not resting, or if your mind is not still, then there's no way to make your subtle energy still. And so to bring that stillness or that calm to your subtle energy, you need to bring your mind into that state of calm. And we do that primarily through the practice of calm abiding meditation. And so And so there are lots of different ways of practicing calm abiding. And I was thinking I'm going to go through some of that later.
We have a student is asking, supplicating to have those instructions. So thank you.
아니, chigi chig di yiki sharsa ganlayan chig di shinegi gomtri chig naronang sigdula.
We have a question from a Zoom student. Adele, could you please unmute yourself to ask your question?
Yeah. Okay. Hello, Rinpoche. So actually, I have two questions. I have two questions. The first question is, sometimes practitioners, when they are meditating or doing pujas, sometimes they fall asleep quite a lot. So what would be the reason for that? Is that connected to the subtle body? And what is the antidote to stop someone falling asleep all the time during pujas and drukchen and meditation? I mean, is this a good thing to fall asleep continually? That's my first question.
So should we just do that first and then come back to the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. The ngala tuan you use tambo di karisana ta nyamlen chingen kashi ge gom jabdu ta ni yang the short rugdus di jimsing karis di da longkam tang di salong tang draw your base ani di gi nyembo karis di yang the ni shoya de pena da kashi ge anchik drupchen da chik puja da chik drupchen da chik gom jab nyang takbar den chi ni short rugdus ani di ni shoya di yonten rebes da yapo do ese gido
ale ya te yonten mare sro be chang da singa da jina ni ma bu shun do shuri a khar sana samsan se ni chira ku ma do sha ni ma ku de ti ni ka ti ni ku ro ni de ja yonten shio mare is 我对这趟去那带着，我觉得别想着是俺娘们现在他就吃很多，我都没切怕有这个了吧？我对这趟的开始呢，我就这趟在三亚的汤子当他就吃过去，我在日本洋托是当过去的，听你呢，三三个来客户在苏州去龙康那个，毛不在刚也在有许多，这来了我有没多少。
And so, first of all, no, it's not a good thing. It's not a good quality, like falling asleep regularly. And so for me, I can say that I'm such a person who falls asleep a lot. And sometimes it's because I don't get good sleep at night. And so when I don't sleep well at night, then I fall asleep during the day. And so, but sleep's not sleeping's not really a good thing, not really a good quality. And so, but I can say from my experience that, there's a difference between people, but what you have to do as an antidote is to try to, make your mind more and more clear in the practice. That you need to, rikpa tos in a kandichik.
这讲的现在在现的是现在我那现在他现就当现在现在的考拉过的这别讲的他别讲的是讲要他别讲的像现密码这现码这是So
like, even if you're practicing meditation and your mind is feeling very calm, you still need to try to make it more clear, not just restful, but clear. And so sometimes it's also like physical issues, like you can feel like some difficulties in your body that also make you feel sleepy.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. So I guess, it would be good to get enough sleep at night, right? If someone's falling asleep too much, right?
Deni chi gonda le anchik sen la nipo ya ni apo kugo sarela ani chi ni mo le anchik ni shor sona deni chi peche da tsemo la ni apo kugo saravasa.
Oh, tsemo ni yabo ko na yabo samsa ku ke ma do de ni ma ko di ni na de chi na yabo do.
So
yeah, no ni samsa ku ke ma do de ma ko na在课堂里今年呢，去里面你这得其他什么都得先把人你可能得考过的。
So yeah, it's good to sleep, and but sometimes you won't sleep anyway, and so but it's good to just continue to practice.
Yeah. Okay. So my second question is about the subtle body, related to recent cases, particularly from women who have spoken about lamas using their subtle body to engage in sexual unions with them, and when the women themselves have not really been fully consenting to these kinds of subtle body unions. And these women are not, crazy. They are not imagining this. This is very much spoken about in the tantras, that, they can do these invisible subtle body unions, right, with women. And of course, it's supposed to be undertaken for enlightenment, right? So what is Rinpoche's view of this when lamas do this kind of thing with women, and especially if the women are not really kind of fully consenting? Is this sort of abusive, or is this okay to continue if the women are not really consenting to it?
Let me clarify one thing. Do you mean that they're not even consenting to the sexual experience, or to this, like, there's some technicalities of like what's happening in the tantric union practice, that maybe there's something else that they're extracting or taking, supposedly? I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Like, is it?
I mean, first of all, it should be consensual. Any union, whether it's with a subtle body or with a physical, it should be consensual. So the first thing is when lamas are doing it non-consensually, then, what is that about? And is that good or is that bad? And then secondly is, regarding of course, if they are then taking energy from the woman as well, that's a different issue. But it's all connected to the subtle body. But these women are not crazy. They are not imagining these things, right?
Yeah.
So,
Ta cheo nipa de gita chik dingsang ge chik pume da chik mambo deni ta karese wore lama de konzo de yang chik di salong gi nyamlen da chik le yang chik di yapyong gi nyamlen la tis pechi tanya da chik deni chik dus ta di karese wore bomo denso gi yang chik mindu shindu da chik di lama da tis mindu shindu da chik di chik
bomo mindu shindu
chik
mandu shindu
lao dachi or karisi wore de chi joroge chi nyamnen do chi lama de peju tangi ore sigdula ani de ge chi karisi wore bomo denzo yantik miduna yandeni chi tes chi da chi sembo ran de senem do de chi karisi wore de chi tes
doba me shindu
doba me shindu ani de ge future base yang de lama ge gomba do chi ya pa ge chi de ni chi ya po res de kari res de che gomba da che khandri yen la
ta thing ha ko mi singa ne tindu nyamne mi lan ti shimi chiman ha ko mi
so I don't know those practices, or I'm not doing those practices, and I don't know what other people are doing really.
So when you say you're not doing those practices, are you saying that you're not aware of those practices, or that you're not personally doing them?
Ani che de nyamne mes sundu che di nyamlen nangi mes sungyo be yang degi nyamlen che di nyamlen kor chengi mes da che karisung byosa
ta ji nyamlen te je tang zai nyamlen tombo go choji zai ne ni ne nga di nyamlen tombo yo ma re swa ba te nyamlen tombo me nyamlen chi ya ni fa yo ma re.
So for one, those are very high level practices, and so if you don't have the power to do those, then you can't do them. So I'm not doing them because I don't have that power.
So that's what all the lamas say, though, right? That they're not doing them, but they're actually doing them. So if lamas lie about it, isn't that quite a bad thing to do, to lie about it?
Tambo de lama tsama da chik peche de chik karise kenjong da chik ge nga chengi mes da chik takbor de sungdus.
Ya ta ji ge ja de ta yang de nga ran do ju la ni chen ba ta
So anyway, I answered the question. As for myself and as for others, I don't get involved in those things. So better not to discuss them.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you. We have a question from the audience.
Simba.
To Jinagala. I am grateful for your guidance here. A very difficult opportunity for me is when I in maintaining compassion and understanding. It's very challenging for me when the person that I am focusing on or am aware of is, or people is or are arrogant and cruel in their arrogance and self-satisfied in their arrogance. It's difficult for me to see the entrapment of their minds when the self-satisfaction and the expression of power is so clear in samsara. And so my question is, and before the question, I think to myself, what am I actually, if I'm not feeling compassion for that person or those people, what am I experiencing? Oftentimes, to be honest with myself, is jealousy and resentment. And so the predilections toward compassion get drowned in my own negativity. And so my question is, any guidance you have in helping me sort of rethink that or reprocess that, I'd be very grateful for.
Tambo Rinpoche chegi lamdun nga phe khande chimbo yus da che khande chese. Nga ge chik nyamnan che ge ti ne do che khali khashi do chik da chik ne kap do chik khali khashi de da parcho ge me de phe nga je che shen la chik khare se gore da che khare se gore nyap chu do che nga je che Dima say that social and gashin toshin the Dutch Naja Chini Shen or Nyapchuda Chia Digi Rig de la Nachi Ninja Dochi Gomila Dochi Pekali Kabuchagadus. Any Kaisana Konzogi Anchik Pe Gashin toshin the Shen Nopado Chigdoala. Any digging a ninja Dochi Gom Atub Dochi Tagius. Ninja argument dus ani so la tsata yon de karisha goresna ta trato tan da chi kunzen tan da control da ne zo shag do ma to de ninja de shadow check dus ta de ninja gi tsap na nyumon check dus ani remshe ge che ge nga ge samno juchu tan ya do che khande chi nango sarela
ta che jeto对，但上次的俺家他说团队在一起，团队了解的，那他他是介绍没得，这是人家的，我们大个可能给听俺家，对，这可能团队或者可能马些吧的吧，听人家讲可能马些的，俺家去那块有话，团队怎么当？我真的然后我来怎么？听俺家在哪子？先通常些啊，这是蛮不有了些。这你提讲了，这说用么间呢？说啊，这块啥都个了。这里块在人间的讲，强人间的讲，可能嘛些的，那路嘛些的，但我先拿把当日上，这是人家讲偏头没了什么，是吧？没。
So when I see that for people who are very proud or arrogant, that's difficult, but you have to think that, to develop compassion for them, to see that it's through a lack of their own understanding, that they are themselves doing that out of ignorance, and that they don't understand that what they're doing is a negative action that's leading to their own difficulty like that. And so think about it in that way, because otherwise, these people who are oppressing others or arrogantly being cruel to others and so forth, if you're not able to develop compassion for them and instead you're having these afflictive emotions come up in you, then instead of doing what you thought you were trying to do, which is develop a virtuous state of mind, you're developing afflictive states of mind in yourself. And so to develop compassion for them, we need to think about the fact that their arrogance, their negative actions and so forth and attitudes are coming from their own misunderstanding of reality.
Sometimes control that's so same that drink maring around the bazaar and organism the same the control malang watching so same all done this same all that you know so control na to the rangi ma drop cha do control the rangi ma drop this same part here ne to be this pingerism.
And then, if instead of compassion, if we're just getting upset or angry with them, we need to recognize that is us, for ourselves. It's all as well, that we are performing or engaging in some kind of negative thoughts and actions through that. And so instead, like if that mind of anger is coming up, that thought of anger, then try to look at the essence of anger itself. And when you see that essence, which is not established inherently as anything whatsoever, then that thought of anger will naturally dissipate.
Are
there some other questions?
Let's,
so it seems that we don't have any. So I think Rinpoche is going to continue on.
Yeah, okay. So
I'm going to talk a bit about calm abiding now. And so generally speaking, when we're going to meditate on calm abiding, we have the key points of our body and the key points of our mind.
And so the time of your practice is not important. You can practice anytime. It doesn't matter, morning, evening, whatever. Then make not say la party, make not the parzamodan. Or then that's it. The Chapani put Yambondachi, ye, Yerkan Ajar. Then what to Palfona Shackles on the subspecies or that in routine or this may Chichon, another Chichon, Tochi, Gay City or Chambondachi. Or that's in Runochi, or is number of the children of the one.
And so then for the key points of the body, there's a list that's called the 7 points of Vajrayana. So those are, your eyes should be cast downwards past the tip of your nose. Your shoulders should be evenly open. Your tongue should be touching the roof of your mouth. Your breath should be natural and relaxed. Your legs should be in the half or full Vajra posture or lotus posture. Your spine should be straight.
Then that number Nazi shooting Shidu, Beja, Gamba, Dorji Chongrachina, but Sosoke long so one Jitan Lupo Choyong long, that's one do social.
And like, for example, if you can sit in this Vajra posture, then it gives you kind of power or control over all of the subtle energies in your body, the winds in your body.
Or then the Lava, the Yamyachina, the Menyam longs, that is what Menyam long says, the Rotas or one due to this.
The Tambo de Dodi children la long carre, chapchegilong.
On Jitan Yamnek long down, Yamnes and Yams needed long.
Sorry, so the first one, when you sit in the Vajra posture, it gives you power over the wind or the wind of Nyamne, equal abiding or balanced abiding, balanced rest. There's these different names of different lungs or wind energies. And so then the second, when your hands are in the meditative equipoise mudra, like this mudra, then that gives you power over the balanced fire wind. And when your spine is straight, then that gives you power over the wind which kind of holds, or the wind that holds your life force. And then when your head is slightly tilted, your chin is slightly tucked, it gives you power over the Karigilung. That's the upward voiding wind. Sorry. And if you train in the vase breath, then that gives you power over the all-pervading wind.
number keep at one to raise from true model so one to appeal this.
And then if you cast your gaze down past the tip of your nose, then that gives you power over your consciousnesses, that your sense consciousnesses and so forth aren't going to wander off and get distracted by things.
Or the need the Lucian rooted that same so dreamland that China that Luke needs so one to raise.
La.
Luke the same yam so require dreamland China the Luke the Doji number nazi chuduti same so also require dream China. Luke needs so I was that one to race, we want they need one to not long to sort the one to top. Not talking to go to pinch or
And so if you combine and apply these key points of the body and mind, and then apply your awareness into the practice, then you have this kind of control or mastery of your body, which gives you mastery over the winds and therefore mastery over your mind.
Well, then you the sharp same it.
So next is to talk about the characteristics or the defining characteristics of mind.
Well, that's the senses as it and semi senior. Senses another that's the me by this idea you bought. On semis and me by this up that's semis.
Sorry, I confused what Rinpoche just said. He said, first of all, that for the types of calm abiding practice, we have one that uses like it's with characteristics or without characteristics. So it means like using a physical support for your focus or without a focus of support for your focus. Listen.
Oh, then that's it. That's similar. Then senses in it, that's me by doing the or go me out your raison.
That's it. And so usually when we talk about calm abiding practice with characteristics or with a support, it's usually something in the space in front of you, something you put in front of you or look at in front of you.
Well, that means by doing sample cutters, then around do the change on doing them to go me out. Or then not save some down, that's it, but me by the take me out any. Or I change one, they are see out. That means some take a lot to go me out. Some on the same part on number she won't try and do that. The around the end on the TV not going to go me out. Yon them metal on go me out. Yon Takasi isn't
The chigni some shit.
She away, she away. That metal on go now, she never go me out. Narwa.
Let's
Chitin don't be good go me out. Or then the long and draw want to die out. Or that intuition can make a window the raison, then change.
And so then there's, generally speaking, like 7 objects that are used for calm abiding with characteristics. So the first is like just a piece of wood or a stone. Second is the tip of your nose. Third is the minsamla the tigle yopadochi.
Well, need them to the carbon yagomne. Chimaya see to be under go change one, see my change and
the third is imagining a white dot or a white bindu at the center of your brow, and you would use that as an antidote to clear up drowsiness or sleepiness in your meditation. The next is if your mind is feeling too active, you're getting distracted, your mind is too active, then you meditate on a black dot at your navel. And then 5th object is a flower. The 6th is an image of the Buddha. And the 7th is the focus on the breath, on the coming and going of the breath.
Well, that humble thing also the Karsanati then David that change them from Yata so Karsan also Junde they can the change to the tone you then tone they do the computer they go on let humble by in a corner. This lela is.
So the first, when we talk about just using some wood or a stone, these are objects that we just normally see in our normal day-to-day lives. So when you're first beginning to meditate, it said that that's easier to use because it's like a commonly perceived object, something you look at anyway.
Well, the Karsana that's chi. Jidon on Kashi the Tabishin, the Madashin is Yevan said, Madabishin, the Shin Gumia to the Tabishin, don't be good to reach up.
And so sometimes there's also a delineation between practices called pure calm abiding and impure calm abiding. So in that type of discussion, then focusing on a piece of wood or on a rock or something like that would be considered impure calm abiding, an impure object, whereas focusing on the Buddha's body would be considered pure calm abiding or pure object. Let's
근데 다스지 다 대차는 디운동 신동 소소 컴퓨터 샤디 오나티 오나 시바디네 드라레스 파리과 드면 진짜 센터라 네타 치고레스 어디 마잉바 치고 다조 예이 손스 셈네트구마 마잉바 어 치고레.
And so then if you were using like a stone or a piece of wood, then you'd set that in front of you and focus your awareness upon that. Concentrate your awareness upon that and try to get your mind to stay with the object without distraction. If your mind is distracted, if your mind is wandering, then it's not abiding.
와다 금지 텐드리오나 미나자다 시안파터 네타 치고르면 금지 텐드리오나 미나자 다시 만보치야 아마 담 다시 마지바 치네테네 디 간다 삼노다 거래. 오다 마잉바치 믹텐테라 시바디 믹텐테라데 다 믹텐제 요라텔 다도 샘플로 진다 조고랑 가 잼 차나 샘네 투고 말해. 티엔디 샘플로 나라마 샤.
And you shouldn't be constantly thinking about the meditation or examining like, is my mind resting or not, and thinking about the meditation. You shouldn't be doing that. Just keep your awareness on the object that you're focusing upon, and do that with a calm mind, like in a relaxed way. You should be engaging but relaxed. If you're hyper focused or too concentrated, then your mind won't be able to rest with the object. So you just want to, naturally kind of rest with the object.
我在光的对他这样子有人不光的了，南套件版出的下面一种偏向嘛嘞，我们唐不光对这就是通通的这些，那光洋家家那个嘞，没那里别种了，家在进步光对穷样光是，穷但样光过去的，这对啊穷的把光上街现在开始呢，南套现在马球嘞，他在南套你别忘其他说嘛从的啊，第一把。collaborate farsinga on these to content.
And so then if you try to sit for a really long period of time, but your mind is just getting caught up in thinking and distraction, then that's not very helpful. So we should try to practice in short periods again and again. So Milarepa said when practicing Mahamudra, you should do it in very small chunks. And without letting your mind slip into distraction or without slipping into thought. And so you do these short periods, and then you take a short break, and then another short period and a short break, and so forth.
我真的我这推穷长忙是吧？推穷长忙这个我怕他们上去可是种现在让了一些光子呢，是让了可以一些光子呢。推穷完了长忙就是推穷长忙我在这几个人。推穷完了，没就没，我是我推穷我提个叫个嘛的，就什么叫我讲个嘛的意思。长忙我提光叫命推是光叫没的，他光的那了光看了过他的，南方嘛出送的明白，对光去光嘛长干嘛我提嘛，我们要不进吧嘛推个的意思。
And Padampa Sanjay said that when you're meditating on the self-awareness of primordial wisdom, that you should do so in short periods but many periods, and that by trying to practice in a long period just brings more faults. And so you should be trying to do short periods where you're not slipping into thoughts, like clean short periods but many of those short periods.
我真的我在听着一起的。他这是他讲明了ความ现实中那是光做的控制的，我的讲明把他的控制恰中的所说的光家的呀，现有人也特别的，有人光特别听个的是，对，你这点的做不上去，特别的是多谈不上去这种的是。
And then continuing Padampa Sanjay's quote, he said that if you habituate yourself to these short periods, but perfect short periods where you're not slipping into the faults of thought and so forth, then you'll get this familiarity and habituation to like a perfect meditation with which you can then start to extend the periods longer and longer and longer, all the way up to the point that you attain perfect Buddhahood.
我真的在沉默年被呈现出现是沉默年吧，全我这样讲呢，先你要弄把有的，我录讲呢，这先情况的目标就是慢慢人口的，但是沉默年吧，但沉默年吧是过去呈现出现是，我出现吧是呢，你要把 job 他们给点就是你要家去啊，他们给我，他那点过来说，但是真的这。沉默年被那这个，然后在当开始听就运动，我说光屁股饺子现在真的。日过希望在中通过这起码在第起码得下，这里我光没家没头听出去多，这个是通过公里听出去，先不能的，把的是马英怎么的，这没见的，我听出去过去没？我这通过日过希望在真高级，这里提个在日过在光能跑嘛不是差的，这样会不对，啊，现在第一对这专注呢，马当嘛去，我这马当对这呢，光家头嘛，这对这里。This is 那个这个他在期末课嘛，说着的嘛，这个好难吧？我最近呢，这是光过的中多。
And so then we also need to balance our concentration with our relaxation in the meditation. So if you're overly focused or overly concentrated, then that's going to just make you think more. So you need to have this balance of concentration and relaxation and be skilled in what you're doing in and out of your meditative sessions. So if you're in the beginning as a beginner meditator, maybe overly enthusiastic and you think you have to focus really hard, that's going to cause problems for your meditation. You're not going to be able to meditate like that. So in the beginning, you need to start, very in a relaxed way, staying in a mere state of non-distraction upon your object. And if you begin by overly concentrated, being overly concentrated, overly focused, then that just creates more thinking. That causes more thinking. But if you're too relaxed, then that just creates dullness and lethargy and sleepiness. And so, but if in the beginning you are too intent or too focused, then that's just going to make you think a lot. And then if your diligence doesn't keep up with your initial enthusiasm, then you're not going to be able to follow through with your meditation. You're just going to get disheartened by thinking too much. So you need to be able to relax as much as you can without falling into like dullness and lethargy in the beginning.
真的，singing board，singing board。
Oh, yeah.
对，我做的他娘前面那个了，全把满眼瓦去，全把满眼瓦子去过呀，开心不很多，这全把原因从那我们那头什么多，看头全样给呢，我们 case，全把米那我们 miss，我听的他全把满眼瓦子的，我们这边的开心不这个啥的，肯定那在全系统，我听去过去多。
That's it. And so primarily we need to have this undistracted mindfulness. It said that if you're skilled in mindfulness, you'll be skilled in meditation, but without mindfulness, there is no meditation. So we really need to focus on these principles or these practices of mindfulness and vigilance or vigilant introspection.
真的，当我让做先满眼一边啊，他在每天的他理论中、新闻中在下午咱们看见呢，他现在提供咩提供？第一个讲的是。
So let's just do a bit of meditation now in a state of undistracted attention just upon whatever object you have there, like a rock or a small piece of wood or whatever, and we're going to meditate together.
对的，我当时肯定那在三万元吧，听着去过说的，这种那就就那肯定那恐怕讲那着，在三万三那里肯定那在看多在的，但是光这边三万元吧，我说的这，我这其中光也见着要了，应该的，真的。我的那这光，然后就是通通这叫，真的，然后这里可能这些人进步恰松，光也见着，到底是过得吧？但是你那这肯定那这没我叫他们什么，听着其中嘛。这光头也见着要听个意思。
And so we should really be focusing on this, maintaining this non-distracted state all the time. So not just when we're meditating, but in our day-to-day lives, when we're eating our food, in any time, because if we do some short period of meditation and then we just let ourselves go full blast into distraction, then it's going to be very difficult for us to ever really develop the meditation or make progress in our meditation. So we should really work on, the more we meditate and the more we can continue that state of non-distraction outside of our normal meditation periods, then the more we're going to be able to make progress, the quicker we'll be able to make progress in the meditation.
真的当时最少信仰在的，真的page 80.
Page 18.
Yeah,
So I think we've come to the end of the morning session. So let's go to page 18 for some prayers.
其他考了书过，
La.
那考完了书过。
Na. Nade Montana de chi gochen tuku sanga rimshegi ewam sanji tongi linka singin chi dola.
No, cool.
Ina yola.
Yeah. 这也不行了。对，差不多。都这些。
Sarah di na swala da.
都这。Yeah, English.
English. Lord Jigten Sumga's dedication in English. Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind, root, and lineage jurors, divine assembly of Yidams, assemblies of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, heroes and heroines, Yogini and her assembly of Dakinis, all of you dwelling in the 10 directions, please heed me. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of attachment, hatred, ignorance, pride, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, respect, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, and may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. At the moment of death, may I not experience the suffering of being abruptly severed from this life. May I not suffer a terrible death. May I not die confused by wrong views. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind itself and in the crystal clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll resume at 2 o'clock Mountain Time. There are 2 questions in the chat, and I will ask those at the next question and answer period. If you are not able to come back and you asked a question, the recording link will be sent to you. We'll see you soon. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, man.真的这些的来。真的他的那就现在我们要推广了吧？他现在去通常他的流量的话，听到你把他的他。
So we were just talking about calm abiding, and we talked about that first object of just a common object like a stone or something like that. And now we're going to move into the second of those kind of types of practices.
他你把这课程那他的那些弄大过来是哪说？ 我这你这他推这种厂了他全把他妈小娃去过来是全把妈小娃去呢，就头在康头头在他全把他就头那也特别，他就伢们去过来是，我这没你呢，他没那些大动作过来是看嘞，他没弄怕的说的他们那个去那呢，那他们不就学生，他们那同学吧，这恐怕就比如说女啦大呢，我当女啦的呢，真着。我叫他们听着去过来是，听我去按照我就穷呢，这吧，听着呀，这个啥玩意儿，就个呀，穷呀，他们那有了是什么意思些，天天能换着呀，我听着去过来是。
And so the second is this point of looking at the tip of your nose or looking past the tip of your nose. And so in the periods outside of our formal meditative sessions, like in the period breaks, then it's also important for us not to lose our mindfulness and not to fall into distraction. And so, we need to continue that or maintain a continuity of that mindfulness. And so to practice that, like when we're outside of a formal meditation session, like when we're going somewhere, if we're walking, for example, if we're constantly looking left and right and up and down and looking at everything that's happening, then we're being distracted. We're being distracted to all of those objects. So we're instructed that when we're walking, for example, that we would keep our attention down to the tip of our nose and just look forward as a method for maintaining that mindfulness and non-distraction. And also when we're walking, we're told that we should walk, slowly, because also like moving very quickly is going to make us get distracted to other things, and walking slowly and like at a normal kind of pace, not jumping around and not, but anyway, yeah, walking in a calm and slow manner. Let's.
真的，当都对怕做别解决有的，我都对怕做听能开始中了是能多下年都做完的，下身浪吧的哇，我这年吧的都吧，我这是从嘛写了上点边上去过来是，我这年轻抗争的是年轻抗争的这，他怕他人不明白别下让对起来了，大家都真做过来是，我这些蛮出啊，这些出去往马上往前呢，我这里去过来中多。
And so in the sutra called the collection or the gathering sutra, it says that whenever you're going or coming or sleeping or sitting and so forth, that you should do that in a state of Sheraptan Demba Servurvela. So you should maintain this state, or you should always do any of these day-to-day activities in a mind state of wisdom, and that to do that, you keep your attention kind of reined in, like to your near, to what is near to you, and not allow your mind or your attention to drift to things far away. And that's a way for us not to fall under the power of delusion.
真的，到这没来这种，若下年度什么都推上没别解决的，但若那个下年度开始呢，提纲什么大过的是，我的什么那的推上没别，推上一把这样没别，咱们来的是。
And then Milarepa also said that in all of those activities of like going, eating, laying down, sitting, that you should always look at your mind in all of those. And when you do that, then there's no distinction between a formal meditative session and the post-meditative period.
但是但你怕的，总怕的体力个不写了上头，体力个不，这当前辈这就些别解决有的是，经常开始种是马龙托米头那节点是，但前提3年嘛，可能开始这啥在有那说咱做这个的是，有那说了有芯片是吧？有的说了有的呢。他记都咱们的就是吃个吧，我记得现在之后是那有那说在吃当没什么的吃了说，吃当没什么就记都在穷人，对记都在从嘛的记当上3所晓得，但我那现在记现在3个从出的了有嘛的都现在出的了有嘛的，你呢他在说让咱身把记呢，他来要不在吃，然后呢三呢身把他买起吧，现在他在我嘛个吃，他就进。我这有那说成这样就是，你要是这边写法多说，你要是把这个现在做嘛送了去呢， 타랑 미페된 덴보 샤고레스 미페된 타라 덴보 샤고레스
The jump at Zenju na sore la.
잠베 용 자베 주 스자주 요라
Oh, less. And then the third is this focusing on the white bindu or white dot. So this is mentioned in the root tantra, the root Manjushri tantra. And so when your mind is, when thoughts are proliferating, when your mind is wandering, then you should focus on this dot at the center of your brow. And so, from the, this proliferation of thoughts, then it says that like that our mind just gets worse and worse. And what it means by worse and worse means that it's just an increase of our afflictive emotions of attachment, aversion, and ignorance. And so, but really in the ultimate reality or ultimate situation, then, happiness and suffering or good and bad, like this good state of mind or bad state of mind is saying that in the text, our mind gets worse and worse. So that bad or worse state of mind or good state of mind really doesn't exist like in and of itself, doesn't inherently exist. But sometimes when we're in a more comfortable situation, then we have this feeling that we're happy or pleasant. And when there's some kind of bad situation or difficult situation, then we feel unhappy. But that's all because of meeting with various causes and conditions that these experiences arise. And it's not that they are somehow truly existing. And so as a way to prevent our mind from wandering to or falling into such delusions, then we should use such a focal object. We should rest our mind upon some kind of focal object. Let's.
근데 다디 진화의 모바스 진화선 다바 셈세 오미바 모바선 단이 인정 그래서 다 중요한 공점들이다 그래서 지단 공점들 제 다는 치후에 들어와 진화의 모바다 초와의 고바 들어와 어떻게 다 진모에서 시 진보 용단한테 랑 나바시 남신도 사 민삼들라 딜레가보 세마잠스 고는 트라시 바디고레스 어떻게 거래스 샘피한 되는 메조티 내가 샤타 배송치 거래스 샘피한 많이 받진데
And so then when our mind is dull and sleepy, then those are two of the biggest enemies of meditation or the biggest obstacles in our meditation. So we often talk about those in opposition to those are the sides of kind of a dull state of mind as opposed to an overly active or agitated state of mind. So when our mind is feeling dull or sleepy, then we're instructed then to focus upon a white dot or a white bindu, the size of a pea, at the middle of our brow, and to focus upon that in an undistracted state, not to allow our mind to wander into distraction, but to hold that reference point or that point of attention.
that's interesting. 샘피한테 많이 와르신 다디노는 냠바르 샤고 스티차데 되네. on something saying this near near son meson de xiang tendu qin de or that twin something jonam kare in a tigan sem chimba mayin wa chine or then the chimba mayin wa chine ngar kita jonam the ra sam dan or then ngar ki chen xie kin yamne se ra jun tu jong ne or that tendu qi go de zong lo
Sem di ne son na se
ne da sem ti min sam tra mi ba di wa
lao
我听到了，是讲有人不那些的，这上上做业呢，你说的下过来是，
las di ngi yaporang go tsumason di chi jun di chi karse gore da jun gi nyamnen da ma yamba la
我就是娘们提拿了嘛，这先把南方这么着往土马小吧，现在娘们提讲了呈现点过来是，
las So we should, when we're focusing upon this object, we should not allow our mind to wander to anything else, but rest evenly in this one object and allow our mind to really come to rest and to abide in that one space. And to continue this practice of this mindful, this practice of mindfulness is as a continuity, both in the meditative session as well as outside of a formal meditative session in our post-meditative activities. Try and maintain this undistracted mindful awareness.
근데 다들 저당 지능이 마다 가서 냠나 친야 소리나 저당 지나 셈다 친구마다 뭐가 더 쇼 친구나 들으 냠나 치를 남도제 다 기홍도 나 제워 사트라디 근데 기홍도 반시 디스 들으 지나 디스 편호여레스 가시 텐다세 미나 다제 동바도 춘려자 我听着起那的变化，而是你们这样子情况情况呢？我的给红发现长毛的下边的东巴子的，俺在情况就是往他买少了，我听着偏给的中多，我你们或者说咱们开始听着有些，咱们年中，脱个在我在，他去开始情况就是小情报穷，情况的目标就是小情报穷，那脱个咱们在我那地那地。 但初外的国外小情报用呢，在情况之下哪是初外有办的，我听那的，我听这个嘛，你们来去啊，听这个所有的那种嘛。
And so then generally, if you're a practitioner and one who is more prone to dullness and sleepiness, then it's good to practice somewhere with a window and to open that window when you're feeling that sleepiness and dullness too. You know, that is going to cool you down and that can wake you up. That can help to clear up that. And otherwise to or to rinse your face, to wash your face off, to kind of wake yourself up, and then with the window open to cool yourself down. And back in Tibet, there were some retreat houses or retreat spaces where they would have an upper and lower room, like an upstairs and downstairs room. And at times when they were feeling that sleepiness or dullness in their mind, then they would go and practice in the upper floor. And when their minds were agitated and overly agitated or overly active, then they would practice in the lower chamber like that.
我这里这种前面什么的，那常常什么都是举起来的啥呢？偏头有的啥的，前面那出过嘛，马里嘛，另外的前情况，如果嘛我什么用啥，卡拉的用当，我听着前偏头的是。
And then also another thing that is recommended and is beneficial if you're having a lot of sleepiness and dullness is to eat lighter meals, and that is also very helpful for that.
我等着他们说西瓦这里。 我在西瓦这当然去这里要那么的，中国是电火那么的，电火那么提炼那火，老克里嘛子，老克里嘛哈过个啦，老克里嘛哈过个啦，老克里嘛，老克里嘛先老做化解有了，老多的有了。
哈古么算了。
我当然在这嘛咱们在上的，这嘛咱们在上的，这嘛吧，这老。 我这这嘛子是我去电火了，西巴的，这嘛也有下过了，但初外的过吧，就是中西都是初过去钱不用呢，我当时就这么当就确实是。
And then the fourth is that when your mind is really agitated, too excited or too active, then I think when I said the list earlier, I mistook where you're supposed to imagine this spot, but you're supposed to imagine a dark spot, a black spot, like the size of a pea under your meditation cushion. I think I said at your navel earlier in the list, but it's under your no, under your cushion.
我听着在西巴的蛮人把去过的，是我今年出国学琴不，听着我那天呢在。 土老就是养出是讲，这给我就是把家拿起，看把拿起呢，这是看把出那起。我听着现在出国是中国的下来偏给的是，他们嘛是那样在卡拉子举起是，是啊，我听着现在出国了，龙牛呢，出国龙的了嘛，是什么举起我听着我呢，偏给的是。 And
then the other thing that's advised is that if your mind is very active, that you should do this meditation that we just said about the black spot under your cushion. But then also, if you're still having that active thinking and so forth, then it's good to do the opposite of what we said before. So instead of being in a bright room with an open window that's cooling you off, you should close the window and maybe make the room even a bit darker, and be in a warmer space. Like instead of like wearing thin clothes, wear some warmer clothes if your mind's really active. And if it's still happening, then if you're still having an overactive thinking and so forth, then it's often recommended that you eat like heavier food or richer food. Like it's sometimes like a lung or a wind issue in your body, and that's can cause that agitation. And then heavier food or this like more nutritious, more rich food can help to calm that down, to calm down that excitement in the mind.
근데 다들이 된주다 어다 거리나 다情况的国吧的时候呢相地是亚日个安种记呢安种记呢在亚日我的其他别从去过的这个国吧的初步休息不那么的sem喜欢那他我的我听出去什么当我说啥了
Jingwala tis ngarwara ti sunyi
我
bela.
想我问着我自己问着我亚的你把这些休息啊
Less. And so if you're experiencing this mental dullness or like sleepiness, then you should try to generate a bit more of power in your mind, a bit more intensity with your mind. And if your mind is on the other side of more excited or agitated, you should work towards calming the mind.
저는 어떤 냠냠도 거리나 되게 전시에서 전바의 시인의 마제와 어떤 텐두치고 전바 개침 못 찾아요. 당가랑서 정보 문비티 전시에서 디스코셔를 안 삼삼태요래다. 검자 데이터 남포 네마리 마운드로도 점리점만 호르게다. 뭐마 고마자도 남포리 다다 남포 마운드로도 메타 검자 톱산 말이 점네테도 tenru yungre ina te ngone china gomdi sti ja to chore nampo so ngo to chore ba te mema ina ta nga zo go ma ja nampo kharen ro na na chu to yo ma ha ko ro ma ba te ndu ta nga zo ta te nampo di sti ngo to ndi ta ta ko nampo so di sti sa cho shi de ha ko shu yung chore te ma za se jo ma re gomdi sti ja to re ta re.
And then really, a really important point when we're meditating is to never be separated from mindfulness and this introspection or vigilance. And so when you're beginning, this is very important, that one thing that happens when a lot of people start meditating is that they'll have the feeling that they're having even more thoughts than they did before they started meditating. But that's not the case. They'll start to feel like, oh, I'm not going to be able to meditate. This isn't going to work for me, because they feel that they have even more thoughts than before. But that's not really what's happening. What's happening is that through the meditation, you're actually able to see your mind more clearly. You're able to see these thoughts that before you started meditating, you never paid attention. You never really got involved in that process. So you didn't really see that. And now that you started meditating, it seems like there's even more. So it's not a problem. It's not a fault. The fact that you feel that you're having more thoughts is not a mistake or a fault. It's actually a sign that you're progressing with the meditation.
저기는 담이 방가 봐지. 뭐가 대단 두기 남카로 메토 어서바나. 메토 어서바. 카랑라 소대데 메토티 카랑 데데. 어때 말본다 공나를 조사를 말고 친보온다. 다 메토 어제 다 말고 이제 매마 공나. 다 소소케 지지 칸당 티바 메토 공나 되게. 어저 어때 말고라 매나로. 어다 티나는 냠냐치 그래서 님이마 거처는 뭐 쉬냐데 메토 공고야 신내강 커리는 지 쉬는 뭐 제송 메토 어떤 얘기지 오라샤. And
so then the fifth of these points is the flower. So you meditate on a flower in the space in front of you, and often we talk about as a red flower and a large red flower, but you can actually do whatever color is more suitable for you, whatever one you feel better with. I asked Garchen Rinpoche one time what was the point in meditating on the flower, and he said that it's because flowers are beautiful, and that's kind of a simple object to work with, like to focus on. Ni yaporango tuma sola.
Sem
No.
Sem sewo na sewo kala ti na ra nyamle mayin ba chi gores
Let's.
我这是我学到蛮多那呀的现代或者现代的起呢，然后这嘛的 stem 的时候，那是我没办法，那也是我其他别从什么的成，
And then we need to focus, undistractedly on that. But if our image, is already clear of the flower that we're meditating on, then just rest in that state of clarity. Just abide in that clarity. But if it's not clear, then you should try to kind of refresh the visualization or clear up that visualization.
等等，大家当然没那这边送的，一些没他穷的，前边没说样样从事，一些这开的是呢，一些这同步穷的是，要么其他的是个 level 的是没人的穷些呢，没穷的不讲的那的，挺在进步强的是，提供新路的不讲的呢，这没进步强，这那一边的那一边前边去啊，没的啊，手切当或者是一些。手切前边一些手切当那在娘们讲所起过的是，这边常常在这些嘛做的，常波在工地的是那嘛头的有的样呢样的门头呢，所光过的，这光票好像是说两红线，光呀讲两红的，这边到这个常波在光来的是搞来考过的，听住了，欢迎说说光的是有点光过的的，我听住用过哇。
Let's. So then Milarepa said that our primordial wisdom in the beginning is kind of like it's like a small, like a very small fire, or like a very small, what's the word? Yeah, but anyway, like a small fire, but when you blow on that small fire, it can become very big. And so when we support our experience of primordial wisdom with mindfulness, when we blow on it with mindfulness, then when we support it with mindfulness, then that primordial wisdom, that experience of primordial wisdom can become vast, can become great. And so, but in the beginning, we're not able to maintain that calm abiding state, or that abiding state. We're not able to rest for a very long time, but we need to try again and again to extend that, or to continue that. And eventually we will get to a point where we become more familiar with the meditation and we're able to abide longer. And it's going to be difficult in the beginning, but if we don't keep going again and again, then we won't be able to make it a more ongoing experience.
等你通过就把抽。就能开始从我就能听从我是民众能给几面头，能给几的面头的，那错面头，接受我，那错面头，听着广播的是，他看到那错我们这学生，这里这当看到马路了，老天，看到那我说，但没得人看满这说的，面头看到满这是，看概念有了哇。我今天真的我在讲那的是面头听你懂你，恐怕就是面头懂把你上去的是。我这种多东半年上去的是，平常这趟没被面头，我在这东西上的听让人把这，我这提纲了3年了，这人趟没被面头上去，人家也没来，这家在光特别的培养，我听着人家也没来，面头的意思，我真的没法送呢，但人们提瞧在清楚说，第一人们恰特别听到这个东半中，但面头这当今的让人嘛做个是吧？我提到动作瞧在清楚瞧了。And
then in the the 6 applications, then there's a line that says that this flower in space should be a multicolored flower. And so in that, generally speaking, in other texts, they talk about a red flower. Here it talks about a multicolored flower. And so, but just as there are beings who have all kinds of different kind of tendencies and inclinations, then according to those, then they can meditate on the flower in whatever color is more suitable for them. And then it says that, if you recognize while looking at the flower, you recognize you should see the emptiness of the flower. You should see the flower as emptiness. So just generally speaking, flowers are emptiness. They are not inherently established in any way. And so if you can meditate in that way, then this is making this practice of the focus on the flower also becoming or leading one, or becoming a practice of Mahamudra, because you're joining that appearance of the flower with the understanding of that nature of emptiness or that lack of inherent existence.
真的当然做第提讲呢，我们每套呢，我们国民意思。这说，但每套看到我们说都把的，真的做，但每套是这个，哪怕来做下流上什么当，但我做对每套解决嘛的，对每套下流上的呢，我让做第四，我们家意思。
So now we're going to meditate a bit. And so then everyone can imagine in the space in front of them a flower of whatever color you wish. And so then imagine that flower in the space in front of you, and we're going to meditate like that now together.
다들 미션 투바데 상제고 이제 야래 어떤 상제고 저랑 근데 남가는 뭐 상제고 야고제 세 안다고다 텐드 스르크다고지 카레나제 봐 미파치네 되는 미파 상제 담보리요 봐 어떤 거치네 샘송.
And then the sixth object is the image of the Buddha or the form of the Buddha. And so then in the space in front of you, you would imagine, the golden body of the Buddha, clearly visualized in the space in front of you.
와 등엔진도 등엔지 도 등엔지세 디나는 하루선 세르티칸도 어다고 세르티칸도 어다고 지ken 좀 보고 있는지 선지ken 거 보고 있는지 선지ken 거 상제리 어떻게 이제 그거는 나스 이거들 샘조바스 창조 샘지 냠바샤서데 이거들 샘쇼네 되는 샘 창조 샘 단에데 디나는 냠바샤고레스.
And then the Shungde Ming Karseurela.
도 등엔지 자보
So in the King of All Samadhis, or the most majestic of all Samadhis Sutra, it says that the golden, blue, and beautiful form of the Buddha beautifies all the worlds. Whoever places their mind upon that or rests their mind upon that is in the state of meditative equipoise of a bodhisattva.
다들 제단스쿨에 샘송야 상제고들 용天빠드네베레스 하서는 용天카리오선 상제고를 송나 상제고 소소 샘주를 화자샤토야 어ත네 상제샘 소소고를 샘 소소 화자샤토야다 양 소소 디과트바도 파타토야 어ත네 고체 샘송나 다들이 다비시네세나 다 상제고 샘동야로 다비시네로 소야 어ත네 뒤든지 거레스 다베자 다단가 좀 누르고 샤야 오나 샤야리 미나단 두지 바랑 두이라 상제고스 샤다 된주고 서버ትን 리저브 마더스 차니 요레 차니 이 산노 차이 산노다 용남자 지데된 센상보스음치 베지 성모양데 야고 요레스 된주제 샤도지 지총지데스 어다 소소모 소 현존바 당지베 소소 지신베 데곰데레 나바스네 어테 곰고레스.
And then there are really countless qualities to holding the Buddha's image in your mind. So one is that it's placing mental imprints of the Buddha's enlightened form in your mind stream. And another is that it can purify your misdeeds and your obscurations. And so, using the Buddha's form, then that is a pure object, or a pure field of our meditation or our visualization. And so then when you're doing this, you can either use, an actual image of the Buddha, or you can visualize the image of the Buddha in front of you together, a perfect image with all of the 32 major and 80 minor marks and so forth. Then you should be, seeing the Buddha as you're meditating, like as if you were there with the Buddha.
근데 다 소소 상제 고음디나 딘두는 상제 쇼디오레 소소 이 치디는 상제 트라 쇼디오레스 소소 테바 모바치나 상제 트라 쇼디오레스 근데 랑타 제 상제 모 쇼도 잠리긴 두시에키나데 제 다랑 딘두르 곰자야 총마테 야보레 잠갈바트 대한송 잠 테바타 쿠바지 디나나 근데 남토 마인 바친 남토 고한테 마서 마이쇼 바친 세 마인 바친다 상제 고제제라.
And it said that whoever turns their mind to the Buddha, before him, the Buddha is actually there. So when we meditate on the Buddha, then we should really think that the Buddha is actually there with us, and that I'm so fortunate to be here with the Buddha, and rest and meditate in that state of respect and belief and devotion. And then rest our mind single-pointedly upon the form of the Buddha without distraction, without falling under the power of our conceptual mind of thoughts and thinking.
that's chingwa the mukha to dona chimu to dona je go zu so ndo ya ni some zo pin ndo la do to da sem ji go res o tin chowa de go ba shu chin bo dona gu ke ta de wa no de yang sharp dang some shamti dang some 강릉 파생디나 친구 미바신 와티지고레 스테미 다 친구도 고바도 좀이나 다 상제 투카노 파테가 샘디네네 다 들으지고레스.
And so then if while doing this practice of focusing upon the Buddha, if our mind becomes dull and sleepy, then we should focus our mind on either the peak at the top of the Ushnisha of the Buddha or at the center of his forehead. And otherwise, if our mind is feeling too active or too agitated, then we can focus on the Buddha's navel or on his foot or the seat where he's sitting, the place where his foot touches the seat there. And so if we're not having either of those, if we're not needing those as antidotes, if we're not either falling asleep or being too active, if we're not neither of those states, then we can just rest our mind on the Buddha's heart.
가시다지 샘 안제니 치라니 마토도나 상제 꾸란 삼상 그피아 어째서 샘디 양 삼상 데다 가레나 되게 다 상제 샘 상보데 어째서 잠노다 어때르치네 다 상제에라 그거 다면 신바 남토하라 신바 마쇼와치네 어티키나 단 냠나치 고레 정도
The nghe aporango tsumosola.
삼상 다제 샘네 투히마도나
No.
샘네 투히마도나 상제케 다제 chen sambo sumchi zani dong beji sambo jie chun dong wa de so di si sa par sam no dang lan chi yang de chen sangje gu tang xin yu ba zhe xi yang di si sangje gu do dong wa sam no dang yang mi dong wa sam no dang de so di si sangje gu kan du wo na ten du de zhe gun do chang chen de so di sam no dang wa sangje gu ma to xian ba xian di ba nam to ma shuo wa qi ne wa sangje gu de wa sem zhe to ya do de mi ten du sem zhe ya sam no di si gang and
then if your mind is not able to rest with the object very well, then sometimes you can think of the other kind of qualities of the Buddha, the 32 and 80 major and minor marks of the Buddha, and think of or focus your attention and think of other parts of the Buddha and qualities of the Buddha, but don't let your mind wander to other ordinary thoughts. And then do that and then come back to the just focusing on the image. Okay, and so now we're going to be keeping this Buddha image in our mind, and so some of you may have an image and some of you might not, but just at a comfortable distance in front of you, either place an image of the Buddha or just imagine visualize the Buddha in the space in front of you. And now we're going to meditate a bit on that.
我的呢，他我们都是这样，就是现在来老王的说说呢，我的呢，先老我们就讲把音送的，我的呢，天就你个吧，谁没他来中的，可能你们老多些都是这么的意思啊。我的咱们的呢，来老王的马上吧去，等眼睛什么说举了的世界特别去，我听着去呢，我们家个人，咱们来老王去了样子，家嘛头听着有一下，等于别家没他去吧，那么他去吧，就得接送呢。对我们家下个嘞个嘛，可让我没把家头给，别讲咱们就没来这盘的心，他刚刚忙不家我们家下对可来中这的一切学习，可能嘛切头对吧忙不着，但是忙不半年嘛通常生命，咱们中这一切学习呢，对个嘞听着家我们家下个高兴多些呢，你们俩去下那个可靠穷松那种，我听着气头学的，我听人家那说，我在来老忙的多些呢。我的特别天就你个玩意儿，谁没他种来中这题老多些工。他们他话老多西呢，说句，反正接来呀的，天就你个玩意接来呀的，天就你个吧，手气是工，然后呢，谁没他就接来呀的，谁没他就手气是工，啊，这样呢就这，来就这说句接单的工，我的老多西个这可能的呢，这接来呀的，他辛苦了你们，啊，这个他说句接单的。做这个我听着清了，老多些点这句嘛，现在这，然后这呢听着清呢，我的研究什么的，在某先老我们就讲办意思，我在我们家下讲办的我查的，我这里常常那时候来路往去下的，好像在江都没办着，在你们常常听着有了，这就是没来这边这种嘛，就上家那就没这些，我当就上年去，那年去，他别抢，可能这是我都干来的看，他上年去，啊上年的地方地平，那上年就有了。我真的上你做了呀，嘛，这是其实真的，啊，特人就是那批要我们都弄上面的，然后特人我在过来的是看到上面，特人那子就是做那个的，等于的我就是老多就那我们第十九届呢，可的你们去下的是过来是哪个嘛，搞很多接触过来。
And so sometimes if we're getting lazy about our meditation, then there's a quote that says that revulsion is the foot or the leg of meditation. And so what's meant by that is that if we are feeling lazy, then we need to work to generate renunciation by contemplating the four thoughts that turn the mind, thinking of the preciousness of the human rebirth with its freedoms and advantages, death and impermanence, karmic cause and result, the sufferings of samsara, and really try to generate that sense of renunciation and not fall under the power of laziness. And so if we're not feeling enthusiastic, if we're feeling lazy, then we need to work on these meditations of the four thoughts or contemplations of the four thoughts. And so like Jetsa Milarepa, he said that like through gaining a real trust in the process of karmic cause and result through his own negative past actions, then that drove him forward to work towards his own liberation, like that trust in the karmic principle. And so then if we are feeling this laziness, then we can emphasize whichever of these four thoughts is kind of more effective for us. If we're more inclined to or more effective in one direction or another. And so like if it's more effective for us to think about the preciousness of human rebirth or death and impermanence and so forth. So Milarepa also said that we pass our lives, or our lives run out while thinking, I'll just do it tomorrow or the next day. And so, that's what happens. We think, oh, today the weather's not so good, so I'm not going to do it today. Or today I'm a little bit tired, so I'm not going to do it today. And so if we're always thinking that way, then we're not going to do anything. But if we can gain that sense of renunciation, then like it said in that quote, revulsion is the leg of meditation or the leg of practice, that we'll naturally want to do it. We don't have to, it won't be difficult for us to practice, and we won't fall into that laziness, but we'll be driven to it through that sense of renunciation. So we should make efforts to generate that mind of renunciation.
真的，他主要那个这样子，强的人家都是光过去的，他他不嘛就是讲着身体这种东西，那光是虽然强他人家一种的，我的是身体他们去强大的，人家 장초 센터서 공네 다 소소 공자야 심지한지 디키 개발되네 상제 톱쇼 잠들을 심지한지 코레동아 타네 대화 톱쇼 잠들을 삼노다네 드네 참트니게서 공배디 스탄걸 참니게 히라미네 샘디스니나 냠랭문에 들어오고 말해 대니 참트니게 장초 센터서 와야 지소소소 한테 냠 공거서 그래서 다이제 신의 공야 사는 저바요 바시레스.
And similarly, we should also be, you should also be practicing loving kindness and compassion. And so, like together, when we recite these verses of renunciation, or of refuge and bodhicitta, and we're thinking that, I'm going to do this practice, this meditation, in order to bring all beings to the state of Buddhahood, to liberate them from suffering and bring them to the state of Buddhahood, then we should actually, meditate a bit on loving kindness and compassion. And without those, then our practice won't be very, very effective. And so we should always combine our practice, join in these practices of loving kindness and compassion when we're meditating on calm abiding as well.
근데 고음지 들이 목을 고음지 고원 있다. 고음 고원 정도데 고음 대 고원데 고원 정도데 산 목을 라마의 주베 라마 탐지 소소 자베 라마를 대가나지 주베 라마 탐지라 목을치네 나타를 고음네 양 타르친바 고음도 공통으로야 어떤지 지금 이제 왜 저런데 어떤지 단념나 치고 쇼레스.
And then it's also said that devotion is the entryway or the doorway to meditation. And so we should have this devotion and dedication and supplication to all of our teachers, to our root and lineage gurus, and really pray to them for to have success in our practice and to complete the path.
근데 고음지 티당 거자 고음지 고자이 세와 다 티당 거자 거셔. 대 거스나 고음지 고자는 거. 다 그래서나 제 소소게 제 화미 원도 마송와지 화요 바치네 대치 거셔. 화미 원소나데 한자 냠냐서 라안로야 디과메게 치로야 다면다 차로 그래. 텐디 화요 바치네 화요 도치네데 화미 치베네스다 고모로 신팅나송로와 어때 봐요 어때 듣는 거다 이제 냠나치 투표 화미는 집에 내서는 냠나 라로 텐디 제 취된 거자 봐요 버트 치네 다제 소소소소 제 장샘做的 장샘데 시샤네 다제 디과메게 원토 마송와치 제 개베 초로 한로 톱톱지 어제네 어떤 치고 쇼래 제 어떤 언제 공자야 제천으로 제리
第写真给龙的卡里松瑞了。
화미 도치네 화요 도치 나모레스 화미 집에네 화미 받은 집에네 세스
7位内。
신로야 어런데 화미 받이 양데 냠나서 야고 말레스.
That's it. And so then the next one is that a sense of personal kind of shame or embarrassment at one's negative actions is the armor for your meditation. And so we need to have this carefulness in our conduct. And if we are careless and reckless with our conduct, then we will lose any sense of our meditation or any progress in our meditation and fall into non-virtuous actions. And so there's a quote from the letter to a friend from Nagarjuna where he says that carefulness is like a amrita, like the nectar of the gods, like the amrita, and the carelessness is like the abode of death. And what's meant by that is that, if we're careful, then we can keep this calm mind, and our mind will remain on the side of virtue, virtuous thoughts and actions, and so forth. And if we are careless, then it says it's the abode of death. It's going to lead to the destruction of our practice and lead us into non-virtuous thoughts and actions and so forth. So this sense of personal kind of shame or integrity, we could say almost, is one other factor that is a supportive condition in our meditation.
yedam la de gomne tene so yedam na la ra ji ma ro wa sewo na gomne tene techina tene jeram da zorem ni den ba top ya pengeres tene janson da ul ta ku goms janson da ko ta ku par den sewo yo ban ja sewo yo ra wa cha lam la yo ton da la zi do sa mele janson da ul ta ku go ban ta me xian ba do so de gom ta me ke na ya ta do ne yedam je so den bo to ya wo xin ne te sem ne to ya wo zhen du jie zuo ni song jiu to ya wo zhen yam na te pen ge re si tian di na ra ma zai ta ku gom di yam na chi nas gom jian na.
That's it. And so then we were talking about these different forms of calm abiding using a support. But there's another one that's not counted in those 7, but that also could be, included as one of these practices. This question actually is answering someone's question from the chat here. But there's also the practice where if you're meditating, doing the visualization of a Yidam deity, that if you are visualizing yourself in that form of the Yidam deity, and then you clearly visualize yourself in that state, but in that form where you're appearing yet not truly existing, this is going to lead you to this meditative absorption, or this calm abiding will lead you to gaining stability in both the creation and completion stages. And so it's said that you should, when you're doing these visualizations of the deities, you should imagine them as if it's like rainbow light. And what's meant by rainbow light is that when you look at it from afar, it looks very clear and vibrant, but when you come to it, there's nothing substantial about it. And by meditating on it in that way, then that will lead to countering or eliminating your grasping at things as being as if they were ordinary. And then the calm abiding aspect will gain that stability aspect in the meditation. So this is very beneficial as well. So let's do this meditation as well. So meditate on whatever Yidam deity that you might choose, and we're going to meditate on that a bit.
어때는 나랑서 신의 개치 뭐 차대 버리 검자야라. 예, 당론에서 공부는 신의 디스템보미나 당론을 다 검토 말해. 그래서는다 예전에 농나 만면은 인종을 농나 만면도 유령본 바르도 말아. 태나긴 당론도 대시 유령본 내도 말서 공나. 아, 신의미나 그래서는 다제 그 이제 당도 담이 내로 비슷하지 저제 공나더니 디건 셈네트 표서 말해 유령보다 신의 야고요 말아. 샤티엔도 신의 제 검소 템보용이야. 마지나 차대 그래. 어쨌든 신의 캐치 뭐 요래서
For our meditation, calm abiding is really important because if we don't have some stability from our meditation, then we won't be able to sustain that meditation in vipassana, insight meditation. So the example that they give is like a butter lamp or a candle in the wind, that it won't be able to burn for long. And so similarly, if we have not gained some ability to rest in calm abiding, then we won't be able to sustain or have a long experience of that insight of vipassana. And we won't be able to rest in that state of vipassana, which is that seeing of the true reality or seeing of selflessness. And so calm abiding forms the foundation or the groundwork which will allow in the future to gain stability in vipassana or insight meditation. Less.
어때는 아마도 저저 나요. 신의 랍 때문에 상동 체스 신의 랍 때문에 한번
Nyoman number jomo shijin.
녀모 넘버 좀 시진 가래 토마 신의 랍 세스 라라라타 양태 탐보 신의 세 그래서 어때는 다 신의도 좋다 녀모 말아서 망고 노트 표래 어때는 검나 캐치 보여래 다만 다다랑의 규바 나지리 제 항동라도 때 검고나 소소 전주 셈시라 네마도 남도만 소옹류 되는 소소 전주지야 만당와지 되는 야매도 다다다단로 메토 되는 아마스 셈네마도 같이 들을 시켜서 되는 시네트디스 알아서 검토비아테 캐치 보레스.
So in the way of the Bodhisattva, the Bodhicharyavatara, it says that first knowing that the vipassana, which is thoroughly endowed with calm abiding, is able to overcome the afflictions, first you should seek out or you should apply yourself at the development of calm abiding. And so, if we don't have that calm abiding, then we'll be carried away by thoughts, and then we'll get frustrated. And if our diligence isn't up to the task, then we won't really be able to make that stable or like accurate kind of progress in our path, because our mind isn't able to rest in a way that carries us forward. And so that's why it's very important to practice and develop calm abiding. So I think, wouldn't it be good now if we take a little break? So how long should we take?
15 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
그럼 좀 알아.
so we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 45 after the hour, quarter till, on whatever time zone you're on. So on that.
저거 뭐 뭐해?
Da ngato ningon parsing masha ngon de tyo nis do de nge lo like on the shargaman do nge konzo chichin chik tu yosare. Do you have the questions from the morning session? My computer restarted and I don't have them on my computer.
Yes, just one moment. Let me scroll up there. So they start before the calm abiding discussion. Sorry, let me get up there. It's going to take a sec. Pardon me. Okay, so the first question is from John. It says, how can we see people who hurt others as deities? It's much easier for me to try to see them as ignorant beings who do not know what they are doing, but it is more difficult to see them as deities. Can Rinpoche please give me some advice?
The chik di tyo kare is na de nganso the karisegore da
Yidam.
tamche dene chi kula gongorwa la de chi sanji kura chi yidam la chi nanda rixon ra chi dene chi gongyon de chi nawa tamche hla ra chi dene gongorwa la
Really.
ani digi nga so mi shamba mi dukcha ra chi mi shamba la no ba chengen ra chi ki mi de hla la thoya la pe khali khabo dus nga so ge da mi thama ba ra chi mi chi Quran so marikpe wangi chi trusem gi wangi chi mi shamba la no ba chengen gi mi thama wa ra chi la tana deni tis tap de wa du tis le la wa dus nga so hla la ton taya de khali khabo dus ani di kor ramashe gi kalop chi khandri yo la
야, 전에 저한테 가서 다들 뭐 글쎄 뭐저 누구 다는 내라고 여러
la
뭐 누구 다는 내라고 여러 왜
that's
뭐들 누구를 zamna 내라고 여러 야, 대인들 다 저한테 내라고 요지 이나 들 때는 소소다 제 대치니라 노게스 제 내라 노게 치마라 노게스 대 zam노다 가서는 그 뭐들 루자를 zam들이 소소다 디케 방찬다 제 여러 어떻게 어차피 기체치만 노게 돼 디케 펜도 시라요마다 고등자를 zam들이 그리고 다제 노만타 처마노 이전에 그 디나 뉴디오로 와서 어제 하데디나 그 소소라 펜마 또 나봐요 말해서도 그래서 두자를 좀 나들이 소소라 와차면 봐셔 되는 그 디파만 보자는 거로 그리고 날하디나 하디는 그 디스 야디 안 로지 다다도 고통나 제타이 다다 담보 금디타이 점이점 스고음 고처럼 해야 되는데 소소지 곰 손에 타는 통지게 뭐티케 셈나 퍼소지 있는 줄 알고 그래 그래서는 그 참니게다 야 컴페인도 야는 용지게 그 퍼소 셈 처만은 저러디 시어서로 대 요디테네 대 탁바고는 펜토치게 해서도
So it's quite easy just to think of like bad people as bad, isn't it? So, but thinking of them as bad isn't helpful, you know. Like just seeing them in that impure way or seeing them as bad or ignorant, that's not really helpful for us. That's possibly, you know, increasing the power of our own negativity. And you know, when we say that all appearances are divine, then you know, all beings are divine, all appearances are divine, then even those harmful beings are included within that. And so, you know, they are also divine. They are also like deity. And so it's difficult in the beginning because in the beginning, we still just have to think, you know, we're thinking that they're deities. It's not like we realized it. We just have to think that they're deities. And so that's difficult. But when we get used to that, when we become more familiar with that practice, then it's easier. And when combined with the practices of love and compassion, then those practices are connected. Then when combined with those, then it becomes easier to see things in that way. But it's something that that you have to become more familiar with, that you have to work on. It's in the beginning, it's difficult because you're just thinking about it. You're just imagining that they are.
메시지를 때 담아 가게 두고리 두고리인데 야보리 나도 대창 섬도 당로 어때도 나도 편도 싫어 좀 만나봐면 이 화자 안 보지 이 화자 샤 세차도 두고리 전에 쇼치도 로야 마토데 텔데는 편도 쉬어요 뭐 텔이제 타과람 점을 다 처마 다 봐지나 야고 그래서 같이는 무슨 그래 니도 다 처마 타과 공디는데 편도도 정도 다 처마 타과이 좀 공디는데 편도도 어제는 마다도 시랑 통 말해. 지금날에 그 정도 심지만 통 상제 통 스공 어떤 심지한 통이면도 서마 상제 통도 오세요. 어때? 되는 통이라서 소소하고 본디나. 대소소라 되네. 냠냠 콘트 페네. 상제야 편도 그래. 어다 제 마르카데 두고레 잠제 공카치 대치디 대 마마 그러 아침에 아마토야. 디지컬 가봐요.
And so it's really about, you know, being able to see or imagine that all things are pure and divine is more beneficial to us than thinking of them as ordinary or impure or bad. And so if we just think that they're bad or good or whatever, like if we just keep thinking of them in that impure way, then that's not really helpful. It's just increasing the power of our mental imprints, reinforcing our experience of samsara. So Garchen Rinpoche often says, that it's really beneficial just to see everything or to imagine everything is pure. And if you really get to that familiarization with that practice, then you will no longer see impurity. And Jetsu Milarepa, again, he said, don't see sentient beings, see Buddhas. And so if we really practice this, and then this practice, increases ever more, that practice, of seeing purity is what's going to lead us to Buddhahood, where the opposite of just continuing to consider them as ordinary and continuing to see them as good or bad or whatever, is just reinforcing the causes for our future experience in samsara.
我别讲了，常常问着在到底是么个这个么个用词吧，我们说呈现他说要不水马头把起，我真的在么个用词，这南上这松的要不要嘛的是，松动个这样么松动，或加强这个松的呢，空松的呢，或加变修清不下这个，这边变可吧，前面变，那把修要这松动，真的，真的，常常在么个地修呢，南上把压把起，真的个先几把米那的，或加他说要去做要嘛的，真的真的。And
so then also, even in lapses of our mindfulness and attentiveness, it's possible that we're going to have those, more ordinary thoughts of liking and not liking certain things. But if we grasp to those tightly, if we hold grudges, or if we hold really firmly to those beliefs of like and dislike and so forth, then those place much stronger mental imprints in our mind. Garchen Rinpoche talks about this as well, that, when you have that very strong grasping at that feeling that comes up of like or dislike or whatever, it's the grasping, that strong grasping, that is the problem. And so, it's still going to be possible in our practice that in these lapses of mindfulness, we're still going to have those thoughts of like, dislike, and so forth. But if we can just not hold tightly to those, not grasp those, but just let them go, then they won't make those mental imprints, which are reinforcing that samsaric experience.
Yeah. One more.
Next one.
Oh yeah.
Yes. The next question is, when we are meditating to avoid negativity, then thoughts come up, such as, I am meditating to avoid negativity, and I shouldn't think this other stuff, and so on, in a loop. Can Rinpoche share some thoughts on this?
Da ngaso gom jab di deni ngaso di peche di da shine da chi gomna deni da karise gori da chi nyumonge wang de shoga mares da chi seguro bala.
Nyumo rapa de go no to gre ba.
Ore de konge de di seguro bala ngaso di chi kare ki che du gomge ore sena di nyumonge wang de shoge Wang de Mashoy Gichid, da ngaso de Nyensim Drawchiki Wang de Mashoy Gichid Gongorwala. He said, Ani digi, then he gom jap shimbigala, da gom jap gomla nebigala, then he namto dishagri, da nga di gom jap goes, da nga dikpapai gichid, da chig samba nyamba mayon gichid gom jap yus drawchik, di yang da cordo dose. And then nga di samatan yinga maris drawchik, di semna the cordo would namto de. 아니 데라 가르치고 그래서
다지한테 곰자야 또 대치난데 이 선변 탐지 상지야치 곰자 효상으로 소소 기본용 마치와치 선변 탐지 상지야치 곰자 효상 점도당으로 와트네 다트르라고 저 쇼시다나 다티 남도들에 내가 남도든지 만지네 되는 남도데 거의 차송나 that's something to number sharsonate tanu tare nyamlanchi ati kanra mikati nyati namto ta pa karendo dan roju shana sai chinan nipa mi ba cha ji te jizimala re te zonora shiba yu chen dongwa na charo simpor dama atons shiba yu chen dongwa sona charo senk porya dama atons on shiba yu chen sen da te nam gom gozan da yu ndo da nam tora sin chundo gro wa te charo simpor dama sen da charo simpor sen te be chang da是直真的在用呢直接可能呢te jamso da在이 jamso在可能直真在用呢 charo 在用呢这nam ka lo jin po ro gres po son de ting sai so de ka le kha ne 错出生能把或者啥干部有嘛，让把啥有嘛吧。我别听那些的，现在说，但你们两天没人把起的了，其他从嘛他们出啥的，我们才在你们两天刚才做了好像了，有几这么多。
And so then, first of all, just the intention that you mentioned, like we're meditating in order to avoid negativity. I think we should address that first, that our intention should be not for our own purpose of avoiding our own negativity, but we should first have the motivation to start the practice that I'm going to meditate in order to bring all sentient beings to Buddhahood. And then, thoughts are going to come up when you're meditating. But the important point is that whenever a thought arises, is to not engage that thought, not to grasp at that thought, but just to come right back to whatever is the object that you're focusing on. And if you don't grasp at the thought that arose, then it loses any power over you. And so it's important just to come right back to whatever the object is, whatever the practice is that you were doing, the focal object that you were working with. So there's another quote from Milarepa where he says, like, when mind wanders off, it's just like a bird that flies off. Like if there's a boat in the middle of the ocean and the bird flies off the boat, there's nowhere else for the bird to land but back onto the boat. So even if you get a little bit distracted, even if a thought comes up, you're going to just come right back to wherever you were. So you got to just, whatever thought comes up, just don't grasp it and come back to whatever the object of meditation was.
Next.
The next question is, most humans can visualize, but not everyone can. For those who cannot, what should be done in place of visualization that might have the same effect?
The picture min mangcho ge da sanji ku rawachi sadap tukuris da chik semna ne chik sanang rawachi shartu rawachi chegris kashi sadap tukumindus ani di sapla chik digi pento cheching da pento chikpa rawachi gi nyamnan khar cheguresa.
다 산지 시엔데 마토나데 이담들이 제념다 소소서 공나 제친 제제념 제조니 공토그와 대치 테마나데 제당다제 같이 대소가 미관내시면 다 소소 셈배장도 들이 메토하는 공면 아요 같은 거 공나다 셈내데 야제 소 담보 배장 메토하는 거야 도다 신경 들이 공도 셈내래 야단 소내래 디스네드는 산지 군도 공나 디스차시 선도 대 담보 대치로와 别想着可能那个亚当提纲工这伊那个sem那的呢牛毛去来是做过嘛吧这是马啥对的呢对啥过年那刚多说天律可以讲工呢天律说上级骨干工不过咱们天说 sem 的那啥的这上级骨干工呢这是工他们用什么
아니 디 가시게 지 미그램 라바치 디 카르세고리 셀낭 라바치 샤르투구면 두세고로 발라 and nganso semna na yanchik da nganso sanje kundra da che don la sha ne che suyena che migi thongse da che da che longwa mayem ba ma to che suche ki yanchik te mikten da che la migi ta te ne ngom ja thu ro la yen khashe ki yanchik senche te digi kundra da che me pa che ni semna na selna da che shartu gu mindu se ro la ani di ma thuken den so la yanchik di khande che che go sare la
这是这样的样公过，那样的样的公过面，那么上这些两个来看我的。
That's it. And so the important point is that it's not something. Visualization isn't something that just comes right away for some people. So you have to familiarize yourself with the image again and again and again. And so, like for people who aren't able to visualize a Buddha, you can start with an external object like the flower or like a stone or a piece of wood, and develop that power of attention, and then move, to an object like a Buddha, and then eventually, by familiarizing yourself with that, then could move to visualization. So it's not something that everyone can do right away. That's something that you have to build the capacity for.
남성의 깔에 갖고 올래. 자 톰나 디스 곰 피드엠다 요바. 삼상 야보자 같은 삼상 야보자 같은 메디션 다 되는 마음보제 그나서 대용거리 이나다 소소 간류 중단하고 소보다 냠내 가라 삼노 당네 존주치고 쇼레스.
So it's, everyone's different. Like people have different capacities. So some people, because of the power of their past life's karma, then they can meditate very easily. And some others, it's not so easy. It's quite difficult that, sometimes they'll have a good period of meditation and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. And so whatever the case may be, it's really important to maintain that practice and to keep one's enthusiasm and diligence.
The questioner has a follow-up. It says, it's not a matter of being unable to visualize a Buddha. It's a matter of not being able to visualize at all.
Ani the Chiwa Dekanari the Chigi Sunland Digi Anja Chig or Sasheda Chi the Nirela. And Digi Gansa Dachi Neshuya de la Karisewresna Karishuresna de or the Migram Dachi Lamsang Shartup Matup Tang Kale Shartup Matup Denichi Kechamare Kashi Gayan Denichik Sanan Dachi Shartup Mare Segitu.
Kadi lo mambo gomna zorbe.
The Katsi Gomne Anchik Sanang Dava Sharme Tuparajik the Chichina Konzo Ganchik the Karisewuri the Chik Semgi Chechung Ravajik Semgi or Jang you make a Kecha Mayamba that Nupakram Major Davachik Denichi Yures there Segdu Ani Digi the Sanang Gomia Mayambagi the Tsapki Yamne Davachik Karche Urese.
Sem Jetan Tanea de Gomna de Jetan Gomian Ramada Sari Nima Sanje ke Gana Chavaji Yusarwa. Chava de Rikwa Be Kuko Yusari, Karlam, Shesho Samara. Then Gendu Sama Metal Attenji, Second Sanje Zone, Metal Attenji, Metal Ngoboda, Zenji Yosava. Teko Metal Ngombo, take on Hocha Yosarosha, till the end of this Gomja to Yas, Requato, Gomja, Requato Yazet and Rovia. Jima Jaju but top son of Kilo Junior to the door. Or Tendon, this also so young that the bitch I met on the they gone from this jar to Verism, Chun Metal Marism, this also Hocha Kareya, and Tigan, the Gundian, this magic. Chunico Gomja Matolizo, Kaza, your Marism.
So it's not necessarily the case that for calm abiding one has to do a visualization practice, that whatever can allow one to remain single-pointedly on an object, whatever the object may be, is a calm abiding practice. So like there's a story of one of the Buddha's disciples who was quite dull-witted, and like whatever the Buddha tried to teach, he could never really understand. And so then one time they were walking around and he came across some beautiful flowers, a blue flower. And because he had some mental imprints for that, he had some connection to this flower, using that flower as a meditative object. And so like someone someone offered these flowers to all the Sangha, and that flower like awakened something in him that like by using that flower as an object, then he was able to meditate by focusing on the flower. And then that awakened his capacity, his awareness, and his intelligence, and he eventually was able to attain the state of arhatship. And so I think that like, there's all kinds of different ways that one could meditate. And in my opinion, I don't think that there's anyone who is completely incapable of meditating.
Finish. Oh yeah, that's in it. Then around so cheating in that was that not make what do about my lord channel.
Let's
Do about the Jetan long drawn down it. That long drawn take on that some of them work. Well, that long drawn to Jetan chin around so then 2 and 2 more long drawn that some of them the Terudoati long pan royal some of them park and do some of them sorry to take on some of them. Well, that's in my in, but she do what it you know, run suddenly let the pension at it.
And so then the seventh one of these objects that we were going to discuss is the focus on the coming and going of the breath, the inhalation and exhalation of the breath. And so generally just the common presentation of this practice is just to think of or to follow the breath with your mind as it goes out and then back as it comes in. And this is beneficial in making your wind energy come to rest.
Oh, Jetan Tivan to Montes on that long in a long take on the combat Jabuna, combat Jabu Jara zamlo dang do kharsena de gom be chang da gom ba de ya shun gam ba bo ya so la ma zamlo dang ti gang la ma shin ba man yin wa chi wo le cha ba sin na da khari na ze sama sai ko de ji bo go zamlo dang ma shin ba man yin wa chi na bo shin ba zhuo ma chi wa chi wo tin ju gom ja ne ni ma sang je ki dan ang do tin ju tin ju do wo tin ju gom ja on de ne ze so nam to so chung de ro ne真的说笼子上面的特别，我真的说那真的在那做穷着呢，真的我们要不加特别，这就偏小噻，肯定没那么应了去呢，但那个是那种的，那个在让什么在新巴什么马上去，我这那这边我就在什么马不好搞弄个哇，我真就蛮搞了去，这那个看来我呢他提高了，这几波什么当这么多，我这之前呢全把蛮应了偏小噻的，我真就尽量跟我们家在一起。我做我这他弄这里弄盘着做着提我那的呢，我自己当给家老兄呢给家听可看的老兄听了没？是那么先把马桶我请的，真是现在这我们家样的，真是多少小等于都在全把没人了，真是偏小啥的，做我们来趟不呢，我们这来了我的，做这个第来到我有啥的吧
That's it. And so then this presentation or this practice, which is common to all of the vehicles of Buddhist practice, this is one of those, the coming and going of the breath. And similarly, when you're doing that, you just keep your attention entirely with the breath and don't allow it to wander or get distracted to anything else. And then similarly, like in the Buddha's time, they would do a walking meditation. And so with every step, they just have their attention entirely with each step, with their foot in each step, and not allow their mind to get distracted to anything. And so this is not allowing any other thoughts to come up because they're keeping their attention on exactly what they're doing. And so this is discussed in the sutras. And if you do that, then you're increasing the power of that undistracted mindfulness, and it will decrease the power of your thoughts and allow your wind energy to come to a restful state. And when your wind energy is in a restful state, then that makes your thoughts lesser or less powerful. And so if you are, always absorbed in or focused on whatever job or activity you're doing and stick with that, keep your attention entirely mindfully, attentively with that, then that's going to prevent you from thinking about all kinds of other stuff. And so this can apply to any kind of activity that you're doing. So just generally, like the practice that's discussed here, more specifically, is the focus on the coming and going the breath, inhalation and exhalation of the breath. But this could be applied to anything, even when you're just having a conversation, that you pay attention, keep your mindfulness entirely on what you're doing and what you're saying. And if you do that, then this is, going to increase the power of your mindfulness and decrease the power of your distraction. And so this practice of following the breath is something which is quite easy for beginners to start with in meditation.
我看些样子弄发生着呀，第是常干着经呢，他谈不在对上样，这里你只是听着发生了当呢，听呢听那蛮因为去呢的，呀在与人去共特别，我听着怎么当年见多。
And then sometimes this is combined with a counting, so you count the breaths to 7 or 21, and this is really helpful for keeping that non-distraction and extending that into longer periods of non-distracted mindful awareness.
我看些听着这的下不，他农村这两天呢，那农忙这两天呢，他说没法对位我，他在对位我咋种平均都知道了，没法去呢。我他农村嘛那农村嘛送两天呢，第一个嘛因为今天那么多是出门头的，农村那特别了，偏给的，现在农村那的做对位我他的。可以他没人让我听着公庙是录送多，他可以那拉满着公庙听着录送是，我可以那面呢，他听着能把在弄手起步面吧，其他他当不错送给他忙这两期，我听着起来要我说的，今天中午他从农民这边老板叫把啥，农民这边老板叫把啥，但农的现在忙这边去呢，做我这他先对位我他了，什么当呢他在农，他先他那的农的他那都说的，我听着起来的，这年来去呢偏头起步说的。
Di nghe yaporang go tsuma son la de chik tewo de an chik che lung de ne go wala de sem de
ore 我先特呢，顶的龙的特呢都说啥吧？啊，呢都这女特啦，你看起呢？我真的听就讲那这片头情况有啥意思？
That's it.
嗯
And the and then another visualization or not visualization, just meditation, to bring that to bring that wind energy to rest is just imagining that you're holding your awareness or imagining your mind is staying just below your navel, and the chegi the
long 同步做那嘛，这类是呢，
now.
什
So
么
first
这位有嘛？真的特让这位有特来，什么上龙特啦，但咋种很多呢？我有了特，这位有说些啥特啦？我特来什么上真特让没关系呢？我这光的这个啥？可惜特啦在，多么没人我公庙，可惜在拉玛的公庙，他就去到他没劲呢，就当龙吉波特啦那样，有什么的，他没关系的那个啥。
And so then you imagine that your breath comes in, and as it comes in, it goes down, and then you hold your attention as it comes down to just below your navel. You imagine that the wind has come there, and then you just hold your attention there. And so in some instructions, then they say that you imagine that there's fire there. In others, you imagine that your lama's there. But here, let's just imagine that your mind is there. Or just hold your attention there. You can actually do whichever one of those you prefer.
这其真的，当我做这些工作，因为实在是的龙的把罗呀，我们就拿着龙嘛，那的工作拿着，他去把很多其他做开的干，我中的工作拿着，样的那把工作拿去，我做这些工作，因
And so now let's meditate together and do whichever of these you like, whether you want to just follow the ins and outs of the breath, or whether you want to inhale and then just hold your attention below the navel. So just do whichever of those that you prefer.
我觉得他的能力在了，我只怕做这里手轻薄明白去，在这差不多了，这里工作上嘛，这多能他把调能现在的我们的说啥的。
And when you're doing following the breath, you shouldn't breathe strongly. You should breathe gently, such that you don't hear yourself breathing.
我的干嘛也来工人这种嘛，特别重要的工人有了，
Cardinala?
工人干嘛也工人吃工人。
And that's what's described in Kamalashila stages of meditation text. So let's meditate a bit.
근데 다지 통화서 공 접이 주어들 심 소소소소 심 많이 받지야 개친 거로 와. 근데 지수면을 이렇게 니마 코로나 로마 부모진도 와티면 달만 몸라고 부모팀이 달만 몸세들 아디 지수면을 곰 특히 담아 하나로 아주 쉬노. 지금은 이렇게 가르쳐 놓으세요. 남가 대고 곰시 jobs. 타위 미비 남가 대고 곰시 job. 타위 미비 곰시 jobs zone. 어디네 로보 대고 곰시 job. 요구 미비 곰시 jobs. 어디네 janso 대고 곰시 job. 카딩 미비 곰시 job zone.
Um, so when we're meditating, a really important thing is to not be distracted. And Milarepa had one female student named Dharmabum, and she asked for some meditation instructions. And then he said, meditate like space. Namka tabugon ani.
곰시 jobs 타위 미비 곰시 jobs 남가 타위 미비.
Oh, and meditate on that space as if it has no edges or center. Meditate like a mountain without any movement or stirring. La. Lao. And meditate like the ocean, which has no surface nor depth, or without any distinction of surface or depth. And so meditate on your own mind without any distinction between clarity or obscuration. Oh, and then so when she came back and she was meditating, she said, so meditating on space is good, it's easy, but meditating with the clouds is difficult.
And so
meditating on the mountain or meditating like the mountain is comfortable, but meditating with the grasses and trees, the plants and trees, is not very comfortable. And meditating like the ocean is comfortable, but meditating in those waves is not comfortable. But meditating on my mind is comfortable, but those thoughts are not comfortable. And so Milarepa said, meditate like the space, the clouds are just its miraculous display. And so then meditate like the mountain, the plants and trees are just its magical emanations. So meditate without movement in the mountain. So then meditate well on the ocean. The waves are just its magical display. So meditate in the ocean. And so meditating on the mind is comfortable, and those thoughts are just its magical display. So rest in the essence of that mind.
then rang sha rang ro chu le cha rang xi zi chu de cha rang na yi rang sha rang pa chor chu shu song na de cha rang ji fa cha rang shu song chu ji fa cha ro ro de na yi ko rang sem de nam to de sha na nam to ti zi ba mi na nam to ti ko na nu pa chi tu ma de ne ko guan ti na ra so ne ro shu ro wa te du ti na de ta nga zo tang bo de ma yin wa chi ne wa ti gang ta nyam na chi go shu de tong da rong te sa ro.
And so then when we're meditating, we can't stop thoughts. Thoughts are going to still come up. We can't stop them. But if we follow after those thoughts, then we're distracted. And when in that distraction, then we're not meditating. We're not able to meditate in that state of distraction. So when thoughts come up, we just recognize those thoughts. If we recognize those thoughts, then it's said that, things naturally arise and then they're naturally freed, just like ice melting back into water. And so if we don't grasp at those thoughts, they have no power and will rest or fall right back into our meditation. So the main point is not to get distracted.
근데 다다다 가서 농 구매하지 와 농테 다들이 다다 long dur jian de ba se je yora ta je nga zo nga cho jin long dur jian de ba se lam do
Now,
long dur jian de ba se da je dang ji na so jo ba de om dong ne ba de a dong de ba pan ro ya se da o pan ro ya be hong dong mo da tu na chi do se da gong ro do om a hong se o de da je dang de om de ji na de sang je tam ji ku ku mo ji在今中可我去红头可我这上节过送头可我去那里晓得这上节过是南通非常急的送的长松非常急头的这通也没办法天绿我这上节过送头可我了其他情况有啥的天绿这几天呢的人家说给农阿姨说怕这把讲特别了偏晓得我这绿这咱先说那特别了偏晓得天绿我这大都见的吧现在红色的怕person 这样的你把大家
no. And then there's another meditation on that subtle energy or on that wind, which is called the Vajra recitation. And so when we exhale, there we imagine that with our exhalation is the syllable Om. And then in the resting period, when we're resting between exhalation and inhalation, then we imagine that resting is a red or is the syllable ah. And then when we inhale Om, rest ah, and exhale Hung. And so that Om is the nature of the enlightened body of the Buddhas. Ah is the nature of the enlightened speech of the Buddhas, and Hung is the nature of the enlightened mind of the Buddhas. And so when the body or the enlightened body of the Buddha is appearance emptiness, the speech of the Buddha is resounding emptiness, or the sound emptiness, sound resounding emptiness. And the mind is the Sanjay Tu Karisungyen la the union or indivisibility of luminosity and emptiness. And so when we do this practice of this coming and going of the breath with the Vajra recitation, then we can purify all of our obscurations of body, speech, and mind, and also gain the added benefit of gaining that abiding or restful nature of mind. So let's meditate on that a little bit. The Kane Om Ahun Dungi Omarwada Tigas. So you meditate by just inhaling and exhaling through your nose. You don't actually recite the sounds. You just imagine that Om Ahung are going with your breath. So let's go ahead and do that as well, that meditation.
와, 드네, 당가서. 대치 다다다디 곰 대자야, 다른 세마제 곰 자야 누유와. 와다 디듬보 대치리. 드네, 조 대다디나 곰 자야 티나라. 소소 카레제 곰 자투레야다. 대잠리 사마자도 고야 자요 말이. 소소 카레 곰 자투레야나 티나. 대곰리 쇼레. 조 등가랑 조 다제 셈시완데 편도 침보요레. 나랑 사마제 다데 대와도 봐. 동안만도 봐라. 我的这个做常常这个别想的是先说清楚，先说吧清楚这马的，别控制清楚那样的，在南头咱们来修清楚那驴马的有强对吧？驴先你不知道清楚的，我这别想没开始写当清楚那就苏北从那大对吧？我这对题从嘛这驴先知道清楚吧？从这下，这对我的先南头忙不起，等于这希望那嘛从那这驴人那啥的，在咱们这来我说的。 我他先批发内地那的那啥的用呀的，在先批发内部基本用那的那啥用呀，他就用个的，这对那样子在说咱把在强烈的我从我人多啊钱呢，等于在现在的他说在我们说我们讲的在先批发内塔去对吧？开钱包的，可是俺都在常常在，那用这个的话，俺从会话那在咱们这通红的，工作这样的什么时候钱包在起的呢？他咱说说旅中了，旅不了那个的，旅先这玩意儿我晓得。 这对我说提纲，但是穷呢，南上这全些钱我们家呀咯，的确了这么多嘛，用当土呀，我听说钱呢，这么多当过去的，我这钱呢得骗给人这么多。
So I gave you these 7 objects that you could use for meditation. And you don't need to use all of those. You can meditate on whichever one works best for you. So, but the main thing is that, you know, this practice of calm abiding in general, with whichever object you might use, is very, very beneficial. So we all wish for comfort and happiness, and none of us wish to suffer. But if we're always, you know, allowing our thoughts to wander freely, if we're all, you know, very sensitive to kind of anger and other afflictive thoughts and emotions and so forth, then, you know, some people get so upset that you know their bodies are shaking when they're angry, and so you know that's showing us that our body and mind are very closely connected. And so you know if we're able to bring our mind to rest, then that's very, very beneficial in terms of our physical health. Because if our minds are going wild, if our minds are very upset, then that can cause more illness in our bodies, more disturbances and more illness in our physical bodies. And so we should all make efforts in, you know, starting our practices with loving kindness, compassion, bodhicitta, and then the main practices of calm abiding. Because, you know, in this world, in samsara, we're going to meet with all kinds of things. But if we're really easily kind of prone to anger, if we are being very sensitive about everything, then you know, because of that connection of our mind and body, then, you know, allowing those disturbances of mind to affect us is going to also affect our body in negative ways. And so I think that, you know, because of all of this, that this practice of calm abiding is very important.
我听我做对讲究那有啊，写当生活想强呢，以内希望娘们用是吧？对写当生活想强那这种想强的呢。 对，现在希望主要嘛，因为希望娘们是吧？希望娘用的，对不对？要嘛，但是现在希望的娘用个嘛嘞。我的那个堂对吧？嘛都是个话的对吧？提从嘛的拉着个地方，不要讲个情况我的，个堂对吧？嘛都是你们往些点么就是你苦嘛嘞，是这样现在提的点呢。我真的是过的，现在做什么点不用嘛嘞是。我天天这个做提多少才开始是强烈的强调现在做工业嘞。 我这种工作是收获对我们，你用这人，我都是充满偏给的。我天天就跟他说，这说的是开心不的是。
So in the Bodhicharyavatara, the way of the Bodhisattva as well, it says, you know, if you hold on to anger in your mind, then you will have no peace, and you won't gain any happiness and comfort, and you won't get sleep at night. And so the opposite of that, the opposite of holding on to anger, is developing those attitudes of loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta. And by the power of those, we'll gain comfort and happiness, less illness, long life, and so forth. So this is quite important.
근데 다 들은 전상 시켜나 그 상인들의 마음을 좀 치마 메이비히네. 마음이 아치나.
And so I think we could wrap up for today, and tomorrow we'll move into the calm abiding practice without an object.
네, 너는 이제 그냥 스무 달이기. 네, 이미지.
Page 18.
네, 시.
Page 18 in the prayer book, please. Lord Jiten Sumgun's dedication. English.
이미지.
Glorious, holy, venerable, precious, kind root and lineage gurus, divine assembly of Yidams, assemblies of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, heroes and heroines, Yogini and her assembly of Dakinis, all of you dwelling in the 10 directions, please heed me. By the power of this vast root of virtue, may I benefit all beings through my body, speech, and mind. May the afflictions of attachment, hatred, ignorance, pride, and jealousy not arise in my mind. May thoughts of fame, reputation, respect, honor, and concern for this life not arise for even a moment. May my mind stream be moistened by loving kindness, compassion, and bodhicitta, and may I become a spiritual master with good qualities equal to the infinity of space. May I gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra in this very life. At the moment of death, may I not experience the suffering of being abruptly severed from this life. May I not suffer a terrible death. May I not die confused by wrong views. May I not experience an untimely death. May I die joyfully and happily in the great luminosity of the mind itself and in the crystal clarity of Dharmata. May I, in any case, gain the supreme attainment of Mahamudra at the time of death or in the bardo.
어쨌든 가지고 난 염려 가르치나 담바 좀 쓰이 심바스람도 담바 좀 담보 주로 신치 담바스야 되가지고 다스 점로 신치 동야서 주로 신치 담바를 어떤 것이 미미 담바스야 다스 염려 가르치나 배 신내다 신내 꾸며 어떤 가르금 표나트 것이 미미 담바스 대 지행어와 담바스야 대 지행어와 신치 탐지 동 개와서 알할 뭐 그래 어떤 지행어와 담바스 어떤 담바 somke kaduna ngazo nyamna kharchina thi som thi che simba se chi go hores.
Just generally speaking, whatever practice that we do, we should be doing that. That practice should be embraced by these three principles that we call the three excellences or the three greatnesses. And so those are beginning the practice or joining the practice in the beginning with the generation of bodhicitta. And then the holding in a non-referential state in the main body of practice. So in the main body of practice, in this case, in the case of calm abiding would be to stay single-pointedly focused in the calm abiding or whatever the main practice that you're focusing on is. And then at the end, we conclude the practice with the dedication of merit, where whatever merits we've gained through our practice, we dedicate those to the benefit of all beings. So whatever practice we do should be embraced by these three principles.
Yeah, okay, thank you.